Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Central Florida Brazilian American Chamber of Commerce Investment Forum 2026. Brazil-United States Strategic Partnership for a New Industrial Era. First of all, special thanks, of course, for our master sponsors, the City National Bank, represented today by the executive leader, who will be speaking to us later today, so thank you very much. So to start out today's program, it is my honor to invite to give us our opening remarks the president of the Central Florida Brazilian and American Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Carol Fischer.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My remarks will be very brief. I don't want to move much of the time of the speakers. We'll have some speakers live from Brazil. We'll have some here. So respect to them all. I'll make it all brief. But thank you so much. This is an event that we do every year. And I have to thank you again, City National Bank, for the sponsorship, for believing in us and our work. It's very important for us to make this bridge between Brazil and the United States. And we have plenty of opportunities here in Central Florida. So thank you so much. Also would like to do a special thank you for our Consul General, João Lucas. Thank you so much for always believing in us and sponsoring our events and our community. The work that you do is amazing. So thank you. And today we're here for the Investment Forum 2026. I always like to, if I can go to the next slide, one more. The one with the directors, please. I always like to make sure you all know the directors for the chambers. We are all volunteers. We do this because we believe in our community and we like to help. So like all the directors that are here present, to stand, please. So you are recognized. So I have Marcelo, Cris, Carol, Paulo, Brian, and our Vice President, Josefina Guedes. Thank you so much for your work. We are here to help you. Anything that you need for the chambers, please don't hesitate to contact us, okay? Thank you. And we have some that unfortunately were not able to be here, so here's the faces of everyone, like Monica, Gustavo, and Carolina. I believe I mentioned everyone. And Fabiano, where is Fabiano? Thank you. And City National Bank is our trustee and master sponsors of our event, but we have other trustees that I have to mention too, because we are a nonprofit and we do need the sponsorship from these companies. So thank you so much, Orlando City, Bicalho, City National Bank, ODB Promo, SA Finance, WRA, MWM, Lab Films, Megaleus, First Choice Law, Assure Line. And again, we have the sponsors, support of Consulado Geral do Brasil, Orlando, Visit Orlando, City of Orlando, Seminole County. So thank you all. I hope today is a meaningful event, that you have a lot of information. We brought cities, counties, partnerships, a little bit of everything for you to know about the opportunities here in Central Florida. Thank you so much. Enjoy the event.
Obrigado, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Now, it's my honor to invite to stage our Consul General of Brazil in Orlando, Ambassador João Lucas Quental Novaes de Almeida. Embaixador, por favor.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning to participate in the Investment Forum organized by the Chamber of Commerce, Brazil Chamber of Commerce of Central Florida. It's a an important event for the Brazilian community. It's a key opportunity for Brazilians and Floridians who want to strengthen their presence in both markets, in Brazil and Florida. And it's a crucial development for all of us that believe, that Brazil and Florida have a common and a strong future together. We all hear in the news terms such as geopolitics or geoeconomic risks. We are facing major technological transformations, and it's important in these times to be aware of the importance of the trade, investment, person-to-person relations, tourism between Brazil and Florida. Some of you already know this because I like to, whenever possible, raise these issues and stress the importance of this relationship. Brazil and Florida are key economic partners. Brazil is Florida's main trading partner by far. We are the destination of around $14 billion of exports from Florida annually, and this has been growing year after year. Florida has become a major hub for trade with Latin America and including Brazil. And Brazil is also one of the main destinations of Florida's investment abroad. Major Floridian companies have a strong presence in Brazil, such as Mosaic, such as Jabil. The main tourist companies, of course, look at Brazil as a market and as a destination. But the opposite is also true. Florida became, a couple of years ago, our most important market in the US, surpassing California and Texas, which, as you know, are much larger economies than Florida. And Florida is, within the US, the main destination of Brazilian investments. Major Brazilian companies have chosen Florida to dive into the American market and consolidate their presence here. Most recently, Balduco, which is a major Brazilian food processing and biscuit and cakes and that kind of thing, made a large investment here in Lakeland, about $300 million. They will be hiring up to 400 local employees. So this goes to show, that Florida, and especially the wider Central Florida region, attracts a lot of attention from Brazilians. Tourism is also a key indicator of the health of our mutual relationship. For Florida, of course, this is a key industry. And Brazil just last year surpassed the UK to become the second main origin for foreign tourists in the state. Canada remains in first place by far. It's a neighboring country, of course. But while Canada had a decrease of almost 15%, Brazilian tourism increased by almost 5%. So we are going in different directions. Finally, one key issue also that has to be taken into account when we're talking about investment, when we're talking about trade, when we're talking about economic relations, is the role of the Brazilian community here in Central Florida and Florida as a whole. Florida has around 500,000 Brazilians living in the state. We are the largest Brazilian community in the US, surpassing Massachusetts a few years back. And this community is key to strengthening the economic relationship between Brazil and Florida. They provide the backbone, in many cases, of Brazilian companies that decide to come to Florida. And of course, many decide to come to Florida because of this large Brazilian community here. Florida has incredible connectivity with Brazil. Here in Orlando, we have more than 3 flights a day to Brazil. If we include Fort Lauderdale and Miami, that grows to about 7 or 8, depending on the time of the year. And there are talks about also increasing connectivity through Tampa. Many of the ports, and we'll be talking about ports here today, have Brazil as their main international destination. Certainly Tampa is one case. Jacksonville, if it's not the first, it's close. So the network of connectivity, person-to-person contacts, trade and investment demonstrate not only the current situation, which is very healthy, very positive, but also the opportunities to increase on both ways. Floridians investing and exporting to Brazil, Brazilians exporting and investing in Florida. So I'm looking forward to a very interesting discussion here today. It's important to realize that amid all this, murky waters in the international economy, we have between Brazil and Florida a safe harbor. We have strong relationships and great opportunities. So thank you very much. And like I said, I look forward to strong and good discussions today.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Obrigado, Embaixador. Our next guest is going to join us all the way from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So we're going to have on video conference speaking to us on the geopolitics and the new global investment landscape, an analysis of the evolving geopolitical environment and its impact on global capital flows, strategic investments, supply chains, and economic partnerships. Let's invite on stage virtually, all the way from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Mr. Rodrigo Santiago, the Vice President and the Chairman of International Relations and Foreign Trade Council for FIRJAN, the Federation of Industries of Rio de Janeiro. Rodrigo, bom dia.
Bom dia. Do you guys hear me well? Yep, perfect. Well, so we have some slides. I don't know if someone can just show them and help me to pass it. But well, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys very much for the invitation, especially in the name of Josefina Guedes, who also is a very dynamic associate in FIRJAN and member of our International Relations Council. Ambassador João, I was hearing to your presentation. Thank you also very much for this introduction. Well, we have some slides on the perspective of FIRJAN, not only a broader general geopolitical context and its risks and opportunities for our industry, but of course, a main focus on the Brazil-US relations, the impact of tariffs, and how we do believe that the work such as the work that has been done by the Chamber of Commerce and all the environment ecosystem of Brazilian and US institutions that foster people-to-people, person-to-person relations, as Ambassador João was saying, business communities that will surpass all tensions, policies, and foster growth in the mid and long term. I will read a little bit on an introductional speech, but I hope this will be, if we have any opportunities for questions, and well, I'll be at your disposal. So once again, thank you very much for representing FIRJAN here today. It is a great pleasure that I thank the Central Florida Brazilian American Chamber of Commerce for this opportunity. The topic that has become increasingly important for both the business community and policymakers is certainly the evolving relationship between Brazil and the United States. And we had the pleasure yesterday to welcome Ambassador Roberto Azevedo, former Secretary General of the World Trade Organization here in FIRJAN, who is leading the advocacy for the Brazilian industry throughout Section 301, etc. And it was very interesting to hear from Roberto how Brazil positioning and the work with American counterparts is certainly mitigating the effects that will be shown here today of tariffs on our trade flows. If you may please pass to the next slide. Yes, this is just to give a little brief overview on who we are. So I don't know if all of you are familiar of the industrial system in Brazil. FIRJAN is the industry federation of Rio de Janeiro, alongside with the other 26 federations. We represent here in Rio de Janeiro 101 industry unions from every different sector possible. And throughout our 5 organizations that you see on the slide, FIRJAN, the main advocacy institution, FIRJAN, CIRJ, SESI, SENAI, and YEL, we operate in several areas that are fundamental to economic and industrial development, such as the advocacy for a better business competitive environment, educational and professional training throughout SENAI and SESI, technology and innovation with our SENAI Innovation Institutes that I very much invite all of you when in Brazil and Rio de Janeiro to visit and see all the opportunities that we have for cooperation. Productivity, industrial development, and last but not least, the quality of life for workers and the families, which is a constitutional obligation for our industrial system here in Brazil. Next slide, please. As you may see, our mission is to promote business competitiveness, education, and quality of life. And we do believe that by doing that, we contribute to the development of our state of Rio de Janeiro. And this mission is particularly relevant in the current international context, because industrial competitiveness and international integration are increasingly interconnected. And this is why shifts in US trade policy matter so much for Brazil and for Rio de Janeiro, not only Rio de Janeiro industry, but Rio de Janeiro economy and as a whole. And their influence, not only bilateral trade, but also investment decisions that you are very much aware, and the organization of global and regional supply chains that we do believe that today's event we have the opportunity to talk a little bit more. Next slide, please. This is a quick overview on our trade context. We'll see that Brazil recorded 348 billion in exports worldwide, which represents a growth of 3.3% comparing to 2024. And imports reached $280 billion, an increase by 6.6% comparing to 2024. But if we highlight the role of Rio de Janeiro, we see that Rio de Janeiro export approximately 49 billion, which was an increase of 7% compared to the previous year, which represents roughly 15% of Brazil's total exports. And this shows us, much and foremost, the role of Rio de Janeiro in the context of the Brazilian Federation. Of course, São Paulo leads by far the economic environment in Brazil, and of course, it represents a key part of our trade balance. But that Rio de Janeiro has also a very interesting position, especially in some key factors and key areas that are relevant for U.S. investments and our U.S.-Brazilian partnership. Next slide, please. When we focus especially on the trade to the U.S., what we see is the importance of our bilateral relationships. It's way more clear. As you may see in the slide, Brazil exports to the U.S. total approximately $38 billion in 2025, which represented a decline of 6.7%. And the imports from the U.S. reached approximately $45 billion, an increase by roughly 10%. So if we look at these figures, we see that the economic relationship between Rio de Janeiro and the U.S. is not marginal. We see on the slide our imports from the U.S. reached $9.6 billion. But we can observe that the instability and uncertainty surrounding recent events can affect the economic development of this partnership. And this is very much clear, we'll see in a few slides afterwards, that when we compare to other partners such as China, such as European countries, the effect of these uncertainties on the growth of our trade flows and partnerships with the US. Next slide, please. Brazil and US investments, the United States accounted for approximately 244 billion in foreign direct investments in Brazil, representing 28% of Brazil's total FDIs. And in 2024, Brazil hosts more than 3,000 US enterprises. And this demonstrates the depth of the economic relationship and the complementarity that we have between our economies. And even if in all these uncertainties and tensions that we lived in the recent years, we as private sectors were very much welcomed by our American counterparts to see how complementary they were in Brazilian goods and how these uncertainties should be taken away from a very much broader and a long-term relationship that we do have between our two countries. These trade barriers do not affect only a foreign supplier, it affects American companies operating in Brazil or Brazilian company that supplies American production chains. And this is very clear when I talk to all of you in the US. Next slide, please. And this is a very interesting slide, because as I was telling you, when we see the past at the beginning of the decade until now, Rio de Janeiro's trade chain pretty much doubled from $40 billion into $80 billion last year's. At the same time, the chart shows the relevance of partners such as China and the United States, which are the main trade partners of Rio de Janeiro. And the US remains one of the most important trade partners despite all we are living. But however, the chart also shows how diversification and strategic partnerships are becoming increasingly important in international trade. And it's worth highlighting that trade between Rio de Janeiro and the rest of the world grew by 10% between 2024 and 2025, while trade with the US remained stable. This suggests to us a loss of potential business opportunities that fail to materialize within this partnership. Next slide, please. And this has given us a little bit of much more context on the products and trade structure between the US and Brazil. In 2025, the US and was Brazil's second main trading partner, with a total trade flow of approximately $83 billion. The structure of Brazilian exports to the US is also important for understanding the potential impact of trade measures, because the main products exported included crude oil, semi-finished iron and steel products, coffee beans, aircraft and aircraft-related products, unalloyed pig iron. And Brazil is a major supplier of, therefore, Brazil is a major supplier of natural resources to the US. However, the relationship is also connected to manufacturing sectors, such as aerospace, agriculture, food and beverage, among others. The US is the main destination of Brazilian manufactured goods. And this is why FIRJAN, CNI, and all the industrial federations understood the key importance, not only to be actively working with our counterparts, the American chambers of commerce, such as you guys, to promote the complementarity of our value chains, the importance of the friendly shoring in Brazil, and to actually put Brazil on the map. We truly, as Brazilians, and being involved in the Brazilian bilateral commerce, we do believe that Brazil was taken into account in the worldwide decisions. But the truth is that we are not. And we understand in these tensions and in these changing waters throughout the world, not only regarding Brazil and US relations, the importance for private sectors, chambers of commerce, industrial federations, and business sector representatives as a whole to actively take part in the debate worldwide, and especially in the US, as we do believe that it is one of our historical key partners and a key partners for the future. Next slide, please. Specifically in the context of Rio de Janeiro and US trade, it's important to highlight the important how the US market became so important for our business. In 2025, the US was Rio's second main trading partner, with a trade flow of approximately $16.1 billion. And there is another particularly important characteristic. The United States is Rio de Janeiro's main trading partner for some manufactured and manufactured good. And this was telling you, this is a key point, and a key point for our structures of advocacy that we thank very much Brazilian authorities, and such as the work of our embassy in Washington and the several Brazilian consulates, to promote the relationship that is our business relationship that is not only limited to the exports of raw materials. It involves industrial productions, including very much technological products such as aerospace, machinery, metalworking, steel, pharmaceutical sectors, among others. And the US is also particularly relevant for small and medium-sized enterprises in Rio de Janeiro. We will see that we can see that approximately 40% of the state's exporting companies are micro or small business, and many of them are becoming increasingly connected to the US market through trading companies and marketplaces. The main products that we export to the US include crude oils, semi-finished irons, fuel oil, turbojets or turboprop engines, and gasoline products. Many of them were exempted from tariffs, we will see a little bit further. However, this underlines the opportunity that Rio de Janeiro already has a strong presence in strategic sectors in the US. And the risk is that changes and shifts in US trade policy can have a significant effect on these industries. Next slide, please. One of the first major elements of the current US approach of America First trade policy is that the central objective is to align trade policy and trade measures with the interests of American business, workers, and companies, and you guys know it much more than us. That this approach reflects a broader international trend, and governments are increasingly concerned about strategic dependence on distant suppliers, and COVID-19, the pandemic, exposed vulnerabilities in global supply chains. We all have lived this. And since then, geopolitical tensions increased concerns about concentrations of production, and competition in strategic sectors has encouraged governments to strengthen domestic industrial capabilities. As a result, companies have increasingly explored reshoring and nearshoring strategies, and 80% of US companies have reshored part of their supply chains. However, reshoring does not mean that production can simply return to the US without challenges. The first major challenge is workforce availability. Once more, you know more than we do, that low employment can create labor shortages. And the second challenge is the operational cost of reshoring. Producing in the US may involve higher costs for labor, inputs, and operations compared to traditional offshore production hubs. And finally, despite the reshoring momentum, low-cost Asian imports continue to increase. This demonstrates an important reality. Reshoring is not a complete replacement for international trade. Brazil can explore areas where it becomes a more strategic and reliable partner to the US industry. And this was much of what we talked yesterday with Ambassador Roberto. A few years ago, if we compare to supporters of football teams, when China used to have a deep and a negative impact on American companies, Europeans used to cheer, well done, good for you. And when China companies used to have a negative impact on European companies, the US, some Americans could cheer, oh, good for you. Nowadays, Americans, Europeans, and I hope Brazilians do understand that we are on the same boat. We cannot cheer on the effect of Chinese industry imports to the whole world and the impact of this. That we need to understand how to face this together. And by the Brazil, US are very friendly partners that should deepen the relations and business relations to face the uncertainties of Asian projects and the Asian industrial strategies of tomorrow. We do need to become more strategic and reliable partners in our bilateral relations. Therefore, next slide, please. When we take a look at the impacts of the US tariff measures, as part of a broader American first approach, as we already mentioned, what happened in the initial announcement, as you remember on Liberation Day, included an additional 10% tariff on all imports originated in Brazil. We pretty much cheered that we were only on the 10%. And this was followed right after an additional 40% tariff on Brazilian products. Both measures were imposed under the IPA Act, and the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And the US government also announced exemptions for approximately 700 products, which included oil, chemicals, minerals, so many of the products that we exported from Rio de Janeiro. As we all know, in February from this year, the Supreme Court ruled that the tariffs imposed under IPA were illegal, being followed by the government announcement of a new blanket tariff or 10% for all countries until July of this year. And the key takeaway is that the tariff environment has become highly dynamic. Companies must closely monitor changes in legislation, investigations, and product-specific exemptions. For the private sector, uncertainty itself can become a cost. And when companies do not know what tariff will apply in the future, investment decisions become more difficult. Supply contracts much more complex, and companies may delay strategic decisions. And I do believe that you see it every day in your community business environment. At least that's why here in FIRJAN and in our Brazilian industrial system, an increasing concern of all size companies that our system is working to deliver a much more real-time monitoring, but much more than that, to proactively changing action in our bilateral landscape and worldwide landscape throughout the partnerships with our embassy and counterparts to understand the trends and to do the very Herculean effort of scenario building in this very dynamic context. Next slide, please. Just a few remarks especially on section 301. The tariff discussion became much more complex when we took the investigation conducted under Section 301. And we were very glad to be with Lucas, from a colleague from FIRJAN, in the public hearings for Section 301 since last year. And all the examination concerning unfair practices involving Brazilian companies and policies in the different areas such as digital commerce, preferential rates, anti-corruption measures, intellectual property, ethanol, illegal deforestation, was investigated regarding these issues to the prohibition on imports of goods produced with forced labor. This made us, as I told you, to actively take part in the investigation. Companies affiliated within the Federation emphasized the importance of pursuing a solution through dialogue and negotiations to reduce the impacts in cooperation with the U.S. private sector. And this was the main advance in all this context, because this resulted that from the USTR, a recommendation, the imposition of 25% tariffs on Brazilian products, and an additional of 12.5 rated related to forced labor, also implemented in this context. And this can be cumulative. And as a result, certain products may subject to a tariffs up to 37.5%. This cumulative effect directly impacts the competitiveness of Brazilian companies and the US markets and the viability of business with one of the state of Rio de Janeiro's key economic partners. We'll see in the next slide that this realize how these measures affect the trade structure between Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and the US. The first important conclusion is that the impact is not evenly distributed. For Rio de Janeiro US trade relations, the presentation indicates that approximately 68.5 falls under exceptions, mainly related to oil and gas sector, of course. But a small share is represented by products facing 12.5 and 25% tariffs, while approximately 30% is associated with Section 232 measures. For Brazil-US trade, this represents approximately 50% covered by exceptions. So around 25.5 associated with 12.5 tariff category, and approximately 18.7 subjected to Section 232. Because Rio de Janeiro has a strong presence in sectors that benefit from these exemptions, the immediate exposure of part of its exports baskets differs a little bit from the exposure faced by Brazil as a whole. But this does not mean that Rio de Janeiro is immune from the effects of tariffs. Important sectors of Rio de Janeiro's industry are currently subject to Section 232 tariffs, particularly metal and steel. And in addition, I would like to highlight the potential spillover effects across the entire supply chain. Reduced exports could lead to lower demand and production in complementary industries, affecting SMEs, which have less capability to adapt to instabilities. And once more, this is the key focus of our work in FIRJAN. Next slide, please. I would like also to highlight another few points. First, concerning exceptions, the current tariff structure continues to include exceptions for important products such as oil, agricultural products, and civil aviation. But the potential expansion of new exemption lists will have a major focus on products that are not produced in the US. And this creates an important potential area for dialogue. If Brazilian products are important to American industry or consumers and do not have enough available domestic alternatives, there may be an argument for all of us to expand exceptions. And this is by far the important role of our Chamber of Commerce in Florida and throughout the US, and with the business trading associations throughout the United States. This is what Brazilian companies with our diplomatic structures and with our industrial federations have to stress. Our products and tariffs impact inflation, impact families' consumption, and this is a lever of negotiation. A second consideration is the unfair competition. The possibility of cumulative tariffs means that Brazilian products may face a competitive disadvantage compared to products from other markets. Even a very much competitive Brazilian producer may lose market share if tariffs create a significant price disadvantage. And a third consideration are new negotiations. Further discussions between technical teams from both governments are expected to explore possibilities for negotiations. We heard a few days ago that the working groups between USTR and our industry ministry would start next Monday. We hope that with these negotiations taking part again, we'll have some good news. But however, the essential is that the dialogue remain technical and pragmatic, not only for Brazil, for the US. This dialogue, and I stress it, is essential for all of us. It is a highly interconnected relationship. The trade restrictions can create costs on both sides. And this comes us to look also for a different approach, and this is my fourth point, the opportunities. At the initial stage, there is an opportunity to evaluate the expansion of product exception lists. This requires engagement by government, industry, and business associations, looking sector by sector, identifying the opportunities of engagement one by one, in detail. Not every sector will negotiate in the same way, because the US is looking throughout its own glasses, such as Brazil will and should look throughout its own glass too. And finally, we have a risk and persistence. There is a possibility that tariffs may remain in place even in the event of change of government. We understood that previous American administrations, for instance, and Josefina can talk a lot about it, in the WTO, and it was a continuity from the first Trump administration throughout the other administrations that followed until this administration. So we do believe that this context of new trade tariffs policy will remain for companies in private sector. This means that tariffs should not necessarily be viewed as a temporary issue. And we need to adapt ourselves. We need to adapt our business strategies to a world in which trade barriers and industrial policy plans are more permanent role. And this is why we do need to be together, to proactively act. And this may also require investments in productivity. And this is a key takeaway for Brazilian competitiveness. Much of Brazilian industry and the Brazilian private sector for years, for decades, have been looking only to our own market, to protect it, to not defy ourselves to a global competition. And when we lead to a change in the geopolitical environment where we do need to foster productivity, this is when Brazil have to look at its own structure of cost of the very unfamous, unfortunately, Brazilian costs, and to make Brazilian companies more competitively and productive to face new global context. And this certainly require also greater integration with our strategic partners. And finally, and this is we go to the next slide. Despite the challenges that all these tariffs and trade tensions, there are important areas that much of you all know, where Brazil and the US have very complementary interests. And first and foremost, energy. Brazil has a very strong position in energy availability. This creates an opportunity for Brazil to position itself as a strategic partner, particularly in relation to AI and data center investments. As you know, that digital infrastructure requires a significant and reliable energy capacity. We do have this. And Brazil's regulatory framework for investments on data centers is currently being debated in National Congress. As some of you may know, the HIDATA policy was created to allow data center companies to import the needs to construct data centers in Brazil. Unfortunately, for political tensions between Congress and our executive, this has been stopped. But a lot with mobilization and a new dialogue between the president of the Senate, Davi Alcolumbre, and President Lula, we have a great expectation that the HIDATA, so Brazil's regulatory framework on data centers and AI, should pass in Congress in the next week. So there is a huge opportunity for us here. And Brazil cannot miss, once again, the opportunity. And this is a very unique opportunity. And I hope there are Brazilian business communities throughout the US, such as you guys in Florida, advocating that this is a one-time opportunity for Brazil. The second area is strategic investments in rare earths. Recent government discussion have indicated the US interest in investing in partnering in developing rare earth extraction in Brazil. We do all know that critical minerals are becoming essential for advanced technologies and for the whole agenda of energy transition. But this broader challenge is how to develop them in a way that creates industrial capacity and sustainable economic value for both of us, for all of us. And the US investment in Brazilian rare earth mining company, it's a very example of also this key and very opportunity that we are seeing in the recent years. Once again, we hope that our institutions will foster that, as I said, the value added of this opportunity will benefit all of us, so we also can create industrial capabilities here in Brazil. And we understand that there will be very much political elements in these decisions. However, as we are pledging in concerning tariffs, we are also pledging for Brazilian authorities and policymakers that this should be a very pragmatic and business-oriented discussion. A third area of opportunity is the integrated supply chains. Private sectors of Brazil and the US already have very complementary relationships. The goal should not simply to increase exports in isolation. The goal should be to strengthen productive links. Brazil can supply strategic inputs and resources. And at the same time, cooperation with the US can contribute to technology and access to industrial networks. A stronger partnership could therefore support industrial development in Brazil, while providing critical and reliable inputs to American businesses. And this is, in my view, the central opportunity before us. The current international environment is clearly more complex, as we all know, and that is why a decade ago, trade policy is becoming more strategic. But this does not necessarily mean less cooperation. It means that cooperation needs to become more strategic as well. And cooperation is not only a public dimension issue. Cooperation should proactively be led by business ecosystems such as ours. I would like to conclude that we are facing, and you can take off the presentation, please, a very last remarks, is that despite all the context that we are facing, we do have in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, in our industry, and in our business communities throughout the US, a very unique opportunity to change or to foster the way we advocate for strengthening our not only trade, but our bilateral relations. We do have to take part of every type of policy discussion. We have to be able to show the opportunities in Brazil and demonstrate the effects on the US economy. And we do need to think and brainstorm how we'll together face the challenges of Asian industrial activity. We do need to together think and face the challenges of this whole new world that is being constructed, and private sector should not be a second element agent in these discussions. We should, together with our governments, rely and create a better business environment, and certainly the US and Brazil have an opportunity to grow together in all of this. So thank you very much, and I hope that next year we'll be in person with all of you. Thank you very much, Josefina.
Rodrigo. Can you hear me, Rodrigo?
Very well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Brilliant presentation. I think we all learned a lot based on what you explained to us. There are definitely significant factors at play here in this very dynamic period in which we live in that your presentation helped clarify to us. Now, if you allow me, Rodrigo, I think we have some questions by the audience here. So anybody would like to ask Rodrigo a question? Okay, we have a few hands up, so I'm going to bring the microphone to you. I'll kindly ask you to introduce yourself, where are you from, who you're working with, and ask away to Rodrigo. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, Rodrigo, thanks for the presentation. It's Marco Simplicio. We have a startup here, United States. It's called Number. I'm CEO and founder. I have my partner here. And the question is about exactly this supply chain automation and automation edge in that interchange between cross-border United States and global market. How do you, please, could explain technology, specifically AI, big data analytics, and cloud computing in terms of data infrastructure and integration systems, how you care about productivity and compliance to be positioned in a global market in the United States specifically? Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for your question, and a very complex question to answer. However, by our perspective, the digital infrastructure and compliance, especially in terms of data protection and so forth, in what concerns Brazil, we already have done the necessary regulatory framework to operate with the US, European partners, and the whole world. We are definitely in Congress, and there is a very important discussion concerning the EI Act that we do believe that should come back to be a hot topic in the next months. And American companies and Brazilian interested companies are proactively working on the act to make sure that this is a business-friendly policy that will not only work as a barrier to the investments in this area. We do understand that Brazil has all the possible assets for investments in digital infrastructure, and already, as I mentioned, the regulatory frameworks necessary to comply with needs from abroad, from our partners. But however, we should, as you know very well, to be careful that policy making and even our judiciary decisions do not affect business. And this is why the importance for all of us to take part of these debates and to make sure that policymakers once again, and also our judges understand the effects on it.
Thank you, Rodrigo. We have another question from the audience here.
Hi, Rodrigo. My name is Fredson. I'm a CEO from Crafis, a company specialized in business management. We support the Brazilian companies that is coming to US with a back office management, accounting, tax, finance, and everything that the company needs, okay? So my question, does FIRJAN has any plan to open an office in Orlando area to support companies from Brazil and they make a relationship with local providers, and how we can support you as a part of as a member of the chamber? How can we support you?
Thank you very much for your question. Since all these tariffs momentum, the Brazilian Industrial Confederation, so CNI, understood that we do need to have more representatives and partner representatives throughout the world and also in the US. Chambers of commerce and partners and private partners already work in the ecosystem of industrial federations and confederations. Josefina can explain very much well how we operate. And I do think that, not only think, but it is a great timing for us to expand these partnerships, maybe why not with you and chambers of commerce. So my advice is that you can have our contacts right after to contact our FIRJAN International Agency, which is based here in Rio de Janeiro, but is our department that makes and creates the formal partnerships throughout the world, so we can help have you as a partner to help on our missions to the US, to business soft lending, so in the US for Brazilian companies, but also in the opposite side, bringing companies where FIRJAN could be a partner here in Rio de Janeiro to help the soft landing of it, not only in Rio, but in Brazil. And as you all know, we might have we might not, we will have a new administration very soon, not only in Brazil, but also at state level. And in Rio de Janeiro, a few candidates are already saying that when elected, should put in place once again the priority of investment attraction agency. And FIRJAN was asked to help on designing not only the policy, but the structure of it. So from the beginning of next year, we will certainly need to have operating key partners throughout the world. And for all we mentioned in the US, not only in Washington, not only in New York or in California, but very much in Florida and everywhere where we see the opportunities for increasing investments in Brazil and also for our Brazilian companies.
Thank you, Rodrigo. We still have time for a couple more questions. Does anybody else have a question for Rodrigo? Okay, right over here, Carol.
Rodrigo, thank you so much for your time. And I am with the board of directors for the chambers. and Chris and I, here, another director with me, we have a question for you. And from your perspective, what could Brazilian companies do better to take advantage of the opportunities in the U.S. market?
Well, I do believe you guys have could answer it better than I do, but certainly what we see, and this is what from a Rio de Janeiro perspective at least we see, is the complementarity of our value chains. So when we understand that many of course our industrial goods and commodities already entered Brazil and the U.S. market and U.S. value chains, we already see the effect on the U.S. economy. What we see is that the time is for diversification, and not only on goods but on services that are by a very important factor in our trade balance and trade flows with the U.S. We understand that there are opportunities for every type and size of Brazilian companies and entrepreneurs. We do believe that Brazilian companies that want to enter the U.S. market should face a preliminary diagnosis of competitiveness, and this and adapt, especially when talking about goods, adapt its goods to the needs of American markets. Therefore, this is a key lever before exporting to the US, before trying to do the investments, to reach institutions such chambers of commerce, such as FIRJAN, so we can provide for much of our work even for free for these companies that want to study a little bit more the opportunities in the US. But I would say that once again, the ecosystem of institutions, especially for small and medium-sized companies, is that do not face it together. If you see an opportunity, and this works not only for the US, it's not only true for the US market. If you see an opportunity, rely on Apex, rely on FIRJAN and CNI, rely on the chambers of commerce to be sure that your product or your service is adapted to this market. And a message is, do not be alone. And I do believe that being in an event such the forum today is an importance of this work within the communities. And Ambassador João, I am very sure that with the consulate and all the embassy economic sector can provide a look to where you can go, we can go. So these are the two messages. Adaptations, be sure that you are competitive, and do not be alone.
Okay, well, thank you, Rodrigo. I think this was our last question, unless somebody else. No, we have time for more questions. Okay, great. Excellent, Rodrigo. People have questions for you. So here you go, Ralph. And we have a little bit of time.
So my question is, you mentioned earlier adaptation and staying competitive. How is Brazil looking at the rest of Latin America as trade partners, as some of the economies in Latin America continue to improve and stabilize? What's the strategy around that, and are you seeing a change from that perspective?
Yeah, well, very, very, very good question. Let's start by saying that Brazil, as many of you know, looked more to other markets than did looking at very close historically to very close partners in the region. Of course, Mercosul did some during its years did some favor to bilateral trade for a lot of sectors, especially when we talked about Argentina. Automotive sector is a key example of integration and how Brazil's, at least in an industrial perspective, understood the opportunity of its markets. However, all the contacts in Argentina in the past decades made that this trade balance was not much a bilateral exchange. So we had no more much relevant industrial goods being sold to Brazil. And thus, Argentina started looking abroad for cheaper goods in China and elsewhere. I'm giving this element so we can come on today's opportunities and how we see, at least here from FIRJAN. This goes pretty much to other countries also, such as Colombia, such as Chile, and even Venezuela. Chile, as you know, we are a very dynamic economic, very OECD, etc. And in the recent years, we saw Chile as an interest. We understood that Chile was also taking a much looker to Brazil, and such as Colombia. But the changes in governments and in administrations may affect the priorities from our perspectives. So we understand that looking into Latin America and South America for Brazilian goods is part of a greater and broader strategy for diversification. So Brazil and Latin America partners should understand that the time of diversification is not only with the US, Europe, and so far, but also in the region. We understand that not necessarily Mercosur and the current agreements fulfill the expectations of integration, but however, businesses should underpass any type of political dimensions. And this is at least what we are dealing and advocating within our networks, is that we have opportunities for our industries in the continent, and we need to explore with caution the shifts in these administrations. This is what we understand today, but I do believe that some positive shifts are taking place in Latin America, and more business-friendly administrations that could benefit our integration for Brazilian companies and exports.
Thank you again, Rodrigo. We could have time perhaps to one more question. All right. So here we go.
Thank you, Rodrigo, for your presentation. Very, very interesting. I'm Tanya Almeida with City National Bank of Florida. I'm part of the trade finance team. And we've been in this journey to understand the needs of our clients in South Florida related to imports and exports. We've been doing some conversations with ports. We're going to have someone from SeaPort, Manatee later today. And when we talk about trade, we talk about the products, but there's also the infrastructure piece that is extremely relevant to make these things work. And it's known that Port of Rio is coming to Miami soon for a mission. So Rio has been doing an amazing job, right, in strengthening the relationships and technical cooperation. So if you could just share with us your views on the technical side, the technical cooperation, and how South Florida and Brazil still have some work to do on that aspect. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Tanya, for your question. I'm not aware, maybe Lucas that is with us or Josefina have more information on the mission of Porto do Rio. But concerning technical cooperation, certainly is one of the main areas that we should certain deep our relations and among our institutions, not only throughout the traditional economic sectors, but integration with our the next frontiers. And as we look, for instance, in digital infrastructure, AI, for instance, but we have in Rio a very dynamic environment that should be in the core of our cooperation. Our officials have been visiting the U.S. And doing a job in the city to expand the cooperation in the city of Rio, but we do understand that we need to take a look within these new frontiers to quickly and rapidly firm these cooperation agreements. FIRJAN has many studies when regarding traditional infrastructure that we can share with you, Tani. Studies on infrastructure and logistics, and Josefina, that it's a member of your board, a very good specialist on this. But just one mention is that yes, we need to foster a little bit more cooperation. Institutions like ours are made for this. However, I do believe we need to be more looking throughout the next frontiers, and these next frontiers certainly need more attention from our ecosystems. There we're looking today.
Very good. Now, Rodrigo, once again, on behalf of the CFBACC, we would like to thank you very much for your time today and your invaluable insights. We appreciate it very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to do a quick break. You have time to go to the bathroom if you have to. We can catch a coffee here, and we're going to be resuming the program at 11 a.m. So again, Rodrigo, thank you very much, and I'll see everybody back here before 11. Thank you. Senhoras e senhores, nós vamos estar dando continuidade ao evento em alguns poucos minutos. Então, se vocês, por favor, puderem se dirigir às suas respectivas mesas, agradecemos. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be resuming our program soon. So I kindly ask you that you start making your ways back to your respective tables. Thank you. Senhoras e senhores, em 2 minutinhos nós vamos estar dando continuidade ao evento. Então, se vocês, por favor, puderem se dirigir às suas respectivas mesas, agradecemos. Ladies and gentlemen, in around 2 minutes, we're going to be resuming our program. So we kindly ask you that if you could make your way back to your respective tables. Thank you. Obrigado. So welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've enjoyed the snacks at the break. Very soon we're also going to have lunch. So, take it easy a little bit. All right. So Unfortunately, we have a little bit of bad news now. Our next speaker was Mr. Troy Layton. He had a small emergency, and he had to leave us today. But he's doing all right. But unfortunately, he's not going to be with us. However, our next speakers, they are literally based at Port Manatee. So they're going to incorporate in their presentation the subject and talk a little bit also about Port Manatee. So we're not going to be missing out on Port Manatee's content. So with that, we have a double presence, one in person and one virtually, also from Brazil. So from Brazil, the president of the Southwest Florida Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Carlo Barbieri, is going to be joining us. And may I invite to stage the director of the Southwest Florida Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Leonor Medeiros, who also is going to be joining us. And they're going to talk about the strategic trade and investment advantages of Brazilian companies and a little bit about Port Manatee. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start. Today, we realize that something is completely different in the commercial world. As probably you, when you analyze the Trump government, and if, as we have done, maybe in August of 1924, and we saw that the program of President Trump will be completely different than what the United States used to do. To make an easy comparison, usually what happened, everyone in the concept of President Trump, and I'm not here allowed to say that he's right or wrong, I just will try to explain what he's thinking about. I realized that United States at that time have like a fantastic swimming pool, and everyone are using this swimming pool for free. For different parts of the world, people coming here and they use United States and as their playground, according to his plan. And he understands that the United States is too open in order that everyone use the swimming pool. They can pee in the swimming pool, they can defect in the swimming pool, but then they don't are part of the maintenance of the swimming pool that this is done by the people who pay tax in the United States, the taxpayer. And what happened? On the other hand, Trump put in his plan that we analyzed, as I said, in August of 2024, when we understand that Trump will be elected, some points that we must mention now in order to make it more clear. First, the United States is a broke country. The United States don't have money enough to pay their bills. The deficit is too high. The commercial deficit was horrible. The expense of the government is impossible to continue as was. And the more important, the United States are losing the control of technology. The United States help people from everywhere to come to study here, the best university, and transfer the information, the technology for their own country. And this is the main point. China was much more clever. China prepared their country to be used, the economy, to make the country becomes a fantastic power in the world. And if continuous was, at that time, China will be the first country in the world in the beginning of next decade. Then what happened? Trump have made his project the same thing that China have made 40 years ago. Submit the American economy to a national security system. In other words, when any plan of the United States up to now was submitted to the global economy, and he said his plan, no. the economy of the United States must be submitted to the national interest, and particularly to the national security forum. If Troy was able to be present today, unfortunately he had some problems with his health, he will confirm to you something that showed this very easily. All ports of the United States until now have maybe 70 to 65% to 70% of their equipment made in China. And what the intelligence of America found is that those equipment could be paralyzed overseas. In other words, China could stop all the ports of the United States in just 1 second. And Troy would be able to confirm to you that all ports have the orientation from the former government, from Biden, that they need to destroy those equipments and buy another one. This is a clear example why the economy now is submit to the national interest and special national security system. Why? Because you can imagine how much the United States is expanding now to change all his equipments from the ports in order to be able to continue to have business internationally, even if China decides to stop our commercial activity. And this is the main point that you need to know and understand now. The United States is ruling everything according to this security. This explains, for instance, what happened in the Panama Canal and why the United States is scared about Groenlandia and the other points. But let's come back for the main economic issues. The technology always follow the industry. Long time ago, with the globalization, and I, as economist, I supported the globalization since I was studying in 1970 or 65, because this created a huge opportunity to the growth of the world, to make people happier. The poor countries could make more money, export their products, and so on. But what happened? According to the Trump analysts, China becomes the industry of the world. And the problem is not just a security problem, but also is a problem because all the technology are going where the product is making it. If I have my cellular phone made in China, all the technology for cell phones will go to China, cars, and all the other products. And this is the main point why Trump decided to put in his plan to reindustrialize the country. Of course, there is nothing to this. They talk about losing jobs and so on. This is under the publicity is quite interesting, but the reality, the industrialization don't create jobs anywhere. But Trump knows that he has just 2 years to implement his policy because he knows the history and knows that in the middle term, usually the president loses the control of the Congress and the Senate. And on the other hand, he has other problems because not everyone in the Republican Party is supporting him. We can see easily that other good part of the Republican Party don't are supporting his position. Okay. If you analyze, coming back to the project of Trump, we saw that the reindustrialization will be the main point of his economic projects for the country. And that's why the studies that we have made at that time, we try to see what will be good for companies from all over the world, and particularly from Brazil, to continue to use a part of this fantastic market for their survive in this market. They need to make some change. And this come together post-presentation of this morning. When we realized this, we talked with the Port Manatee and said, okay, let's do something together. because Brazilian industry will be penalized by this policy, and especially because the relationship among some countries and the United States will not continue to be so good. Other countries like Vietnam, China, Taiwan, and France, and even China, came and tried to see what will be the better for them. But Brazil is out of this idea. And the only way the Brazilian companies continue to use part of this $30 trillion of GDP was if they understand what is going on, what changed the national policy of the United States, and how can we use this in favor of us. And we have made a deal at that time with the Port Manatee in order to create a separate area from outside of the port to put the marine industry there, using all the facilities of this. I will ask my dear colleague to put on this presentation the difference between the three different ways to bring products out of tax. Leonor, could you do it?
Asking the team over there to put the PowerPoint.
And explain the difference?
Here it is. Explain. Carlo, the presentation is up. Can you hear us? Yeah, I can explain. Well, as Carlo was saying, so there are three types of different categories of things that are where tariffs and duties are not the same as they are in a normal customs territory. So we have the foreign trade zone, and it's a secured U.S. site legally outside customs territory. Then, and this is what we'll be focusing more on, it's the industrial free trade zone, where there's production, either assembly or manufacturing. And I'll get a little bit more into that. But there needs to be a substantial change in the product that comes in to the product that leaves. So then there's the customs bonded warehouse. And we're talking about the SeaPort Manatee Free Trade Zone, right, which is the 169th. So there's a rule that all the free trade zones can be extended up to 60 miles away from its origin, right? And so on this map, you can see kind of what the cities are that would be where we could extend that free trade zone, where those industries could be at under Port Manatee Free Trade Zone. Obviously, the Port Manatee would be the grantee, but we'll get a little bit more into that. You can pass to the next slide. Yeah, so like Dr. Carlo was saying, we understood that in the government plan, international companies could only be competitive against the American companies if they were here in the US market, manufacturing. So that's what the free trade zone allows these companies to do. And what we, with the SeaPort Manatee, are able to provide to those companies. So there's a deferral. Duties are paid only when goods enter the US commerce. And that helps a company a lot. You all business people know that, right? Working capital stays in the business. The really interesting thing here is the re-exporting. So nothing that leaves the country actually pays duties. Dr. Carlo, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but I can keep going.
Yes, I can hear a little about what you said. Could you now ask you to put the the video for Port Manatee, and then we continue after that.
Yep.
Thank you. As you could see, Port Manatee is very well organized for once. And on the other hand, Manatee is the port in Florida that have more space, not just inside of the port, but outside. Taking consideration the Port Manatee is 3 times bigger, larger than the Port of Miami. And outside of the port, we have more, let's say, lands that is used by now as a farm. And what is the reality that we have done a deal with Port Manatee? What's the deal? We can establish a free trade zone industrial, in other words, prepare to put outside of the port with a low cost industry that would like to make part of their products here in the United States. According to the law, if you change something essential in the product, you have what? You have a new product made in the United States, and then you skip the tariff. And why Port Manatee accept this? Because Port Manatee understand that for their point of view, develop the region is more important than just the port. Port Manatee is very well administrated. Would you take in consideration that Port Manatee now have more money than the county of Manatee, okay? Because they're very profitable. Just to make a comparison, nothing bad with this, the port of Tampa, they need to receive at least $13 million a year to survive. The Port Manatee make more than this in profit, and don't use one single dollar from the county. And Port Manatee, with this view, they allowed us to the chamber, the companies that are in the chamber, to use it, the right that Port Manatee has to establish the free trade zone outside of the port, as you could see in the map that Mrs. Medeiros present to you. Up to 60 miles away from the port, we can have a free trade zone to put any kind. We can put a warehouse, you can put the free trade zone normal, or you can put industrial trade zone. And that's the main reason why we decide to use this opportunity for the Brazilian companies to establish their business here, using this possibility that the law gave us to internationalize the companies in the United States and sometimes globalize it from the United States. Why? Because the United States now, with this new political rule that the present president established, they have deal with 200 different countries. All countries need to import more from the United States in order to keep the tariff at least a little bit low. And this will continue to be yes or yes. First, because bring money to the United States, and second, because all the other countries need the American market. Just a few countries think that the United States is not important for their economy. Most of them, like the 95%, understand the United States market is important, also for China. And this is the main change that we had. Coming back to the example that I told you at the beginning, United States, let's say that the United States is a club that have a swimming pool. And all the other countries that make their own swimming pool, they can keep it very well, taking care of it very well, because they have money for this, because they export their products to the United States, and use the facility of the United States pool to sell their products, but don't pay the cost of this. They have free tax to come to the United States for almost 95% of the products. Now everything changed. And with this change, we noted that we need to change also the way to do business, not just with the United States, with everyone. And the free trade zone, the industrial free trade zone, in our concept, is the best way to internationalize the companies. And internationalize, as you know, is the more safest way to keep your company growing, because they don't depend only the market of your own country. You can have the biggest economy of the world buy your products. But with the tariff that was created, there is just one better way to do it, is to make part of the product here in the United States and use the agreements that the United States have with other countries to export part of your products from here on. That's the main point that I'd like to analyze with you today. Why we will create a free trade zone outside of the Port Manatee, because the land is cheaper. Second, because if you don't intend to build your factory there, you can for sure rent any space outside that will be much cheaper than inside of any port. Taking consideration that for 99% of the ports, the free trade zone is a way to make revenue in the real estate area that they have under their free trade zone. The idea that was developed for Port Manatee is completely different. Who make money with the industry is the owner of the industry. The best place and cheaper place to establish the industry is outside of the port, not inside of the port. But of course, using all the facilities of the port. Remember, the Port Manatee have a very close relation with Brazil. 42% of the value that Brazil exported to the United States came through Port Manatee. 75% of the revenue of Port Manatee is made with Brazilian products. That Port Manatee has a close relation with us. Our company and the Chamber of Commerce established inside the Port Manatee, and as probably you know, we don't pay rent to be there. It's free, because they understand that supporting companies to develop their business in this area will be good for the port, will be good for the country. Then establish your business in Port Manatee, at least you don't spend money in rent. And with the possibility to develop your own industry outside of the port, in the land that you pay for hectare and constructed by square foot will be completely different. You can use it. That is the point that why we are working in this for all different kinds of products. You can put food, you can put oil, you can put even some strategic products. And that is the last point that I try to allow you to be aware. We just finished a huge project of hundreds of pages, trying to bring the industry, part of the industry of strategic products to this area. We have land, we have technology, we have the support of this area. We are working with the Florida government in order that Brazil could have here the more important base to use all these miners that they have, do part of that in Brazil and put part of that here by Brazilians, not by Americans or Chinese companies. And this will be the second opportunity for Brazil. We all of you know that Brazil is supporting today mostly from agricultural products. And miners will be for sure the next possibility that Brazil has to grow and make all the countries in the world respect Brazil and the economic point of view by the raw material, especially from the strategic products. That's the few words of my presentation. Did Leonor have some additional information to provide for today?
I think that's it. This slide shows exactly what Dr. Carlo was talking about, right? Brazil holds the world's second largest rare earth reserves, leads globally in niobium. I mean, all the things that we use, batteries, magnets, semiconductors, everything depends on those products, right? And obviously, it is now part of the formal national security policy to focus on this, and what better opportunity it is for us being here to help those products from Brazil to be here and help the United States as well. So that's it. Are we good, Dr. Carlo? I think this is it for our presentation. Thank you guys, and I don't know if there's any questions. Not sure if Carlo can still hear us, but we're available to respond to any questions you guys might have.
I just would like
Thank you very much, Leonor. Thank you very much.
I just would like to change Carol, Josefina, to the invitation for us, and to mention that for the first time in the United States, we have two chambers of commerce working together in favor of the Brazilians. Our chamber and the chamber of Orlando is working together in order to give the best opportunity to the Brazilian companies to develop their business here in Florida. Thank you very much for the chamber for the opportunity to explain these points, and invite you all, if you wanted, to go with the Orlando Chamber to pay a visit to us in Bradenton. Thank you.
So I'll ask you guys, just so we keep on schedule, to save your questions for Leonor, who are going to be here with us during lunch. We want to try to keep this. Thank you very much, Leonor. Dr. Carlo, thank you very much. Leonor, come back here. I have something for you. Don't go anywhere. Here you go. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you, guys. Now, we visited a little bit of West Florida. We were just now in Manatee County, right? Port, Manatee, and Tampa. So now we're going to hop on our beloved I-4, head east, and get here to Orange County. So talk about the slogan, right? I didn't know the slogan of Port Manatee. Sounded pretty cool. You may not have heard about us, but if we weren't here, you would know. Interesting. Now, on the war of slogans, we have a very good one here as well, which is Orlando, where never been done before, gets done every day. And with that, may I invite on stage the Senior Director for the Orlando Economic Partnership, Mr. Derek Ephrem.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that warm introduction. And I just wanted to acknowledge the Consul General. And I want to thank the President and the Vice President of the Chamber for inviting me. This is a great opportunity. And thank you for coming here and giving up your time to be in the Kia City to hear all the presenters, and really appreciate it. So thank you. Oh, okay. I didn't press it hard enough. Okay. Well, first, what I want to do is, how many people in here are business people? Okay. How many of those businesses are not in Orlando? Okay. So that's going to help me, because some of the information here is primarily for people who don't live here and don't operate a business here. And I can move through that quickly and then get to some of the other information that I want to share with you. So the reason why, well, let me tell you my story before I get into this. So I'm new to Florida. I've only been in Florida for almost 4 years. Ironically, I moved to Florida from Australia, where I lived 17 years, but I'm an American. That's another story. I'll get into it at lunchtime. But before I came here, my impression of Florida, because I used to come here every year to visit as a tourist, as many others do, is I would fly into MCO, Orlando International Airport. I would get on a Mears transport bus. I would ride that bus all the way down to Disney World, spend a lot of time there and spend a whole lot of money, and then wind up maybe going to Universal, and if I was lucky, get a trip to NASA and maybe take in SeaWorld, and then get back on the Mears transport bus, go back to MCO, and then fly back to LA and then fly back to Australia. I did that year upon year upon year. So the only thing I knew about this region was theme parks and a lot of tourists and a lot of traffic on the Mears transport and in cars, and the fact that NASA was here. I had no idea of all the things that were going on here. I didn't know idea about the incredible technology that was being developed here, about the really bright people that were here. I had no impression of that, because I just whisked through the city and through the region and just went down to the tourist attractions. And so my job is to help people understand what I discovered when I came here, is that there's some incredible things here to get done every day that most people don't even know about it. And even some people that live here don't know the things that are going on. And I'll talk about a place I live in particular in a second. Look, I'll use this one. You all know this. You know what our population is. You know what our region is. You know how dynamic our economy is growing. You know how many people move here every week. If you don't, I'll remind you, it's over 1,000 people that get added to our population every week, week on week, for over 20 years. That's remarkable growth. Now, truth in advertising, that's net. So all of, oh, can I remove it? Oh, I'm mobile. All right, I'm excited now. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, much better. So that means that all the people that are born, all the people that die, and all the people that come here from other places, whether it's overseas or other parts of the country, right? Add all that up, it's over 1,000 people every week. So with that kind of growth, creates tremendous opportunities, but it also creates some challenges that we've been working to overcome, which then also creates opportunities, and I'll speak to that in a second. But the important thing to know is that what I'm going to talk to you about primarily is what's in this burnt orange area. Does that have a pointer? Is there a pointer? Is there a, anyway, I'll use my hand. This burnt orange area, which is the Orlando Metropolitan Statistical Area, that's where the Orlando Economic Partnership is paid to represent. We work with the counties, one of which a speaker is going to be here, Guy, who is from Brazil originally. He's with Osceola County. Seminole County, Osceola County and Orange County, the city of Orlando, the city of Kissimmee, the city of Apopka. They all pay us to try to help grow the economy by attracting companies from other states and from overseas to come in and set up and do some other things that are beyond the scope of this presentation. But that's the area we paid to represent. And we also have that gray area outside the burnt orange, because that's also part of Central Florida. And even though I'm only paid to represent the burnt orange area, a lot of the people that work in this area also live in those areas. And so our catchment of the workers goes well beyond that burnt orange area. So it's also significant in this conversation. You know the stats. I'm not going to go into this. It's not going to be death by numbers, but it's just, you know, noteworthy to take a snapshot to remind you of, you know, the cost and the growth of our industry and the size of our region, because size matters, and it also is going to play into our strengths. And we are a state that's among the top metropolitan, top states where people come to, but the Orlando region, the burnt orange, is one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in our region, and is also a place that's creating a lot of jobs and in a lot of different industries. Now here's the thing, I mean, you probably know this, but I have to talk about this. When I came here, I thought all of Orlando was this stuff. And it's important. Anybody who works for government knows where we get a lot of our tax revenue. So thank you, tourists. Keep coming here, keep paying hotel occupancy tax, keep going to the theme parks, keep getting on the toll roads. We appreciate the money. But this only represents 20% of the employment base, right? Hospitality and leisure. All the rest of the employment in this region, the burnt orange region, is in other industries, right? So that other 80% is in industries that are represented by some of the corporate logos you see on this screen. I didn't know anything about this when I moved here. I didn't know that you had all this employment in these other industries. I didn't know how diverse the economy was. I didn't know you had such large industries and such big players like people in aerospace and aviation, the space industry, modeling, simulation, the gaming industry, you know, JetBlue's training academy, where every single pilot and flight attendant comes in from all the countries and spends several months of training before they get deployed to the fleet. I didn't know all that stuff was here. And I suspect there are a lot of people from Brazil who come here all the time as tourists that don't know that as well. I won't get into too much detail about this, but just to remind you that, you know, with the part of this pie chart that more or less represents leisure and hospitality, you look at all these other industries, right, of which there's so much. Business and professional services is huge too, and it's all over our region. We're also very diverse in terms of our breakdown in our age cohorts. So we have a lot of prime working age people in this region, and I've been told by the people I work for not to say this, but I have to. When I grew up in Austin, Texas, we thought of Florida as, we called it God's waiting room. It's where all the old people went to retire before they were waiting to die, right? But that is definitely not the case. We do have retirees here and went throughout Florida, and we really appreciate them being here, and we love it. But we have a lot of prime age working people. And one of the reasons is because, not the only reason, but one of the reasons is because a lot of the people who want to retire tend to want to be along the coast. Whereas the people who live here, we have all different ages. And the reason why we have a large group of prime working age people, right, which is higher than the median average for the United States, is because we're so diverse. So it's because of people, not exclusively, primarily from Latin America, right, is the reason why we have such a vibrant and dynamic population. If it were not for people from Latin America coming here, we would not have a median age and prime working age that's so big. It wouldn't happen. And Brazil is one of the main sources of those people coming here. They're like one of the top 3 or 4 out of the people that are coming to this region. Now, I understand the political situation today. We're a political organization, so we don't get involved in the politics. And I know that politics has had some effect on immigration and people's appetite to invest, and tourists, why they want to come and not come. But I suspect that these turbulent times will pass, and you will continue to see large numbers of international tourists, large numbers of international migration, of which Brazil is a major part of that. One of the things about this region I didn't know is that we are and all of Florida is a higher education superpower. In the United States, the state of Florida produces so many graduates from their public universities and private that the sheer volume of graduates is staggering. We also produce a number of highly educated people in areas of computer engineering, modeling simulation, aerospace engineering, physics, mathematics. And it's remarkable because, once again, growing up, and even when I was living abroad, Florida was thought of as the place where you go hang out on the beach. You know, you wouldn't think about a place where a record number of computer engineers and aerospace engineers are graduated from the University of Central Florida. That would not come to mind. You think Caltech, MIT, Berkeley, those places. But we produce a lot of high quality talent. And we also have a lot of manufacturing workers, which is another thing I didn't realize because we have a huge manufacturing base here. We have workers that we draw from the 7 counties, so that allows for us to have a large pool of people in manufacturing and other sectors in our region. And it's because we are such a dynamic growing place. And it's also centrally located, which really helps as well. Now, if you use us, so this is another thing, I'll be clear. A lot of people like to get into this, oh, we're competing with Miami, we're competing. No, that's not true. Companies from Brazil and other parts of the world who want to go to Miami are going for very specific reasons. They would come to Orlando for very specific reasons. So our competitors are really not other parts of Florida. Our competitors are really other states and other cities in the Southeast. Atlanta is one of them. So if you go back to the story of all the highly educated people that are graduating from the University of Central Florida as one example, and they put out all those software engineers and computer engineers, and you say, okay, look at the growth of these occupations for our region over the last projected for 5 years out, or so many years out, and compare that to places like Atlanta. So we're outpacing the growth in those occupations for the jobs that we're creating, and also over the United States as well. That's another thing you wouldn't think in this region that was going on. I had no idea. One of the reasons, not the only reason, one of the reasons is because we have so many good educational institutions, higher educational institutions, and not only do they have high quality academic instruction, but the public ones are very reasonably priced. If you compare the University of Central Florida's tuition for in-state residents to other public universities throughout the United States, like one of the ones I went to, the University of California, it's cheaper, right? There are reasons for that I won't get into too much detail. Let's just say that in their infinite wisdom, somebody a long time ago in the state legislature decided to control the growth of tuition for public universities. So that's what's made it so affordable. And there's reasons why they're able to do that. But had they not done that, I suspect our public education, higher education, would be going through the roof in terms of price like all other states. The other thing is we are a highly desirable place to live. A lot of students want to come here. They like it here. So when you combine all that, the overwhelming choices you have, the high quality education, the price, we produce a lot of graduates and a lot of high quality graduates, especially in science, engineering, and math. As a matter of fact, my home state of Texas that I left back in 1983 just passed us up, Texas A&M, as the #1 degree granting university in terms of number of students. University of Central Florida is #2. We go back and forth. We were #1 last year, now it's Texas A&M, but we're still among the top 2. And that talent is one of the reasons why companies like to be here. And you look at like a 100-mile radius of these cities that are our competitors in the Southwest and Southeast, we have far more graduates than they do. So there's a lot more talent, a lot more labor, skilled labor available, which is counterintuitive. I'm from Austin, and I wouldn't have imagined Orlando would be outpacing Austin in terms of its graduates. But it's not just higher education, it's also in the technical education. Valencia College, I'm sure some of you are familiar with, if not all of you, which is, they have technical education, less than university. They actually are granting 4-year degrees now, but they mostly primarily do technical education. And some of the programs they have are in CNC, advanced CNC, semiconductor technician, optics and photonics, and the programs that they have are informed by the major industries, some of which are on those corporate logos you saw in the previous slide, where they get directly involved in helping them design the curriculum, and they also donate equipment because they want people that can come out and go directly into their factories, into their places of business. That's what another thing Florida is well known for, not just Orlando. This is a state where the educational institutions, higher educational institutions, make no qualms about being directly related to industry. They work directly with companies that produce the type of curriculum that can produce students that are ready to be hired. Unlike some institutions where, like, I won't name them out, but some of the Ivy League institutions where, you get an education and you got to go back and get retrained from scratch because it's all just philosophical. Anyway, some of you may be graduates from those places, so I'll be quiet. This is just an example of some of the research institutions and colleges that are affiliated with some of our major institutions of higher learning in the Orlando region. The College of Optics and Photonics, which will come up again later in this discussion, is world-renowned because of the talent they have there. We have a relatively new College of Medicine that's doing some fantastic work. Not far from here in Creative Village is the Florida Interactive Attainment Academy, where they're training people to do work in interactive and immersive technologies, film and television production, gaming, and it is run primarily by people who still work at EA Sports or used to work at EA Sports. That's their faculty. And most of their students get hired in industry, and most of them work on portfolios for major companies all over the world while they're still students. Now, with this growth comes tremendous strain on all of our modes of transportation in this region. You know it if you live here. You know about this right outside of us. You know what the traffic is like sometimes of the day and night. You know about the trains. You know about all the airport and MCO. But what you should also know is that if you have a business here, you have access within 2 hours of all these ports. Now, you've already heard a presentation of Port Manatee, and they're doing really good work. Our the port that mainly serves our region for containerized goods is the Port of Tampa. But we also, in spite of what people think is Port Canaveral just being a place for cruise ships, there's also bulk goods that go in and out of the Port Canaveral. I think a lot of that services the Space Coast and the space industry. As you know about MCO, but there are other airports that serve international destinations in our region, including some in the area that Guy is going to be talking about, or Osceola County. We also have the Bright Line. As you know, I've ridden it. It's excellent service. You can take it straight from NCO down to Bricknell in Miami, and you can go in between. There's a lot of stops. It's really great. I like it. I would encourage you to use it if you haven't. It's much better than driving in Miami, let me tell you that. Our airport is #1 in terms of air traffic in Florida, I believe, 8 in the United States. This slide hasn't been updated, so I think it's over 58 million people annually that's flying through, and it services a number of destinations all over the world, including Brazil. Now, with all these modes of transportation and all this growth, we have to continue to invest as a region and as a state into all modes of transportation. This is just a snapshot of some of the quantums of investment that's being made in the different modes of transportation in the state, including space, of which some of you may know that the space port and space is considered a mode of transportation regulated by the state of Florida. And so it's important because, we're one of the few, we used to be the only, but now we can't say it, but one of the few places in the world where you can move people and goods by air, sea, land, and space, including deep space. And it takes a lot of investment, and the state of Florida and the counties and the federal government continues to invest in the state to make sure that we can keep people moving. And it's important, too, because I should mention that we get about, I think, 76 million tourists every year. So on any given day, the population of this region is doubled. So Brazilians make up, I think, or Brazil rather, makes up the the third most important international market for tourism in this region, right? There's so many Brazilians that come here. And most of the Brazilians that come here as tourists, they tend to outspend a lot of other people when they visit. So that's really important. And we appreciate it. Keep it up. Look, this is just letting you know that within the 7-county region, like I mentioned before, we have a huge pool of manufacturing labor that sustains our industries. And it's not just in our region, but throughout the 7-county region. And going back to the story about the software engineers and the tech talent, and you go back to the comparison to Atlanta, which is a nice place. I've been there many times. I like it. Because I think it's supply and demand, that might be the only reason, that we have labor that is at a slightly better price when you compare those same occupations in Atlanta. And I think it's because, I'm not a labor economist, but I suspect it's because of the volume. There's just more people here. And so you get better prices. And it's definitely better than the national average. This is just a snapshot of some of the businesses here. You know them. I don't have to tell you, but I want to remind you, Darden has their corporate headquarters here. Lockheed Martin, right around the corner from where I live, and Dr. Phillips employs thousands of software engineers to do software design and testing for hypersonic missiles, not far from Universal, behind a big gate, black gate with cameras on it. You'll see it if you drive down International Drive. Advent Health has a huge corporate presence here and is one of the major healthcare groups in the nation. We have two systems in our region that delivers, they call it birth to death services throughout the whole continuum of healthcare, and large hospitals. KPMG has a presence here. Mitsubishi Power has a huge regional headquarters here. They just relocated. This slide needs to be updated. I think it's going to be like 3,000 people working in their regional headquarters, primarily working on those gas turbines that are in high demand now because of the power that's required for all the data centers that have to be built. I was talking to the president a couple of weeks ago when he was talking to a Japanese delegation. They got back orders to 2030 because they have so much business. Thales has a huge presence here. They've consolidated their operations in Melbourne with their operations here, and they got a huge regional presence here. Several presences. They have a regional office, and they also have a presence out by the airport where they work on those in-flight entertainment systems that they put in airplanes. They've just expanded. You can't see this, but there's my shiny bald head. With Vacoma as a project I work on. It's small, but it's a lot of engineering talent, highly skilled engineering talent. They're one of the world leading manufacturers of roller coasters, and they located here in their headquarters for the Americas in downtown Orlando, right across the street from our office. And just so you know, Ricardo, who's their manager for the Americas, he's Brazilian. And let's just say you'll probably hear about some exciting work that they're going to be doing in Latin America real soon. They service Canada, United States, and Latin America from this location. Also, Novartis is another project one of my colleagues worked on. Just recently attracted them here. They have a huge presence. They will be building a huge facility outside of the Winter Park area to produce radioactive medications for cancer patients. That's a really big deal, and we may have an announcement in October about a high-profile individual that may be visiting the region because of that investment from Switzerland. Going back to healthcare, which is a major sector in our region, this just demonstrates that in this whole area, within 2 hours drive from where you sit right now, there's so many hospitals in this region. Healthcare is such a huge industry in Florida, but also in our region. Major healthcare groups, lots of hospitals. So if you know of any companies that sell into hospitals or do stuff in the life sciences, and they are considering locations in the United States or in Florida, you want them to seriously consider Orlando just because of the concentration of healthcare providers and hospitals in our region, both public and private. I won't spend too much time on this side, just to let you know that the Orlando Economic Partnership will talk to any industry that's interested in investing and setting up in our region, right? But these are the industries that we are proactively focused on. These are the industries where we'll go to trade shows to other states, overseas. These are the people we reach out to online. This is the type of industries where we feel like we have competitive advantage, right? Or in the case of semiconductors, we have some compelling reasons why certain companies would want to be here, right? So I'll give you an example. In the semiconductor industry, we're focused on advanced packaging and testing. We're not trying to attract those big fabrication facilities like they build in Arizona and New York State, but smaller footprints to produce low volumes of chips that are highly reliable, that have application in the space industry and in the aerospace and aviation industry and the defense primes. Recently, as a project I was working on, I just made an announcement, so I can talk about it. A company out of Belgium has set up a fabulous semiconductor operation at Neo City in Osceola. They just took possession of their facility Monday. And so once again, as I wrap this up, I'll just say that who would have thought that the land of Mickey Mouse would have end users for advanced computer chips and components to go into satellites and defense products, right, would have an industry like that here, and that you could attract somebody from Belgium who makes radiation-hardened computer chips to go in those type of products that these companies are manufacturing here. I would have never thought when I was coming to see Disney World and these other places, this kind of stuff was going on in our region. Within these industries, these are just the sectors that we focus on, and this presentation will be made available to you so you don't have to take any notes or pictures or anything. And look, I have to run the commercial before I go. The Orlando Economic Partnership does a lot of things. I work in this area. We call it business development, but this is just not attracting companies. But we do a lot of stuff. We have we run the Orlando Film Commission. We have marketing and branding people. We have the largest and longest running leadership program in the United States, Leadership Orlando. Yeah, there you go. We do corporate engagement, research. There's a lot if you go to our website, if you have companies that are interested and they want to get data about our region, you can go to our website and download a lot of this stuff for free. It's accessible. I would encourage you to look at it. And there's other programs as well, so I won't get into too much detail. For the area I work in, these are things we can do for companies. We can do confidential project management, so they don't want people to know they're thinking about coming to the region. We can keep it confidential. We can sign non-disclosures. We can help them find sites, literally, dirt, buildings, offices that they might want to buy or lease. We can provide market data, both the information that's available on our website, but more bespoke stuff that we can do for them. We have a lot of connections with a lot of people, both public and private. Like if a Brazilian company that I'm talking to, I would refer them to the chamber, right? To the Brazilian chamber, or I might refer them to Osceola County. I might refer them to UCF. We work with all these people. One of the things I'll tell you about our region is it's very incestuous. So all the people that do the kind of work I do, we all serve on the same boards. We all know each other. We all do stuff together. So there's really no competition or conflict in our region, which is unique because I can tell you, having lived in California and Texas and Australia, they don't operate like they operate here in Orlando. And I mentioned the Film Commission. We can support people in their workforce and training needs. And this is a question that gets asked all the time. Oh, money. So yes, we have information we can provide about incentives and financial resources, but I'm going to be really clear. The Orlando Economic Partnership works on behalf of other people who has that money. It's not our money. So the company would have to qualify for those incentives to be eligible. We can tell you about it, and we may be able to support you in your application, but it's not our money. It's the government's money, the local government or the county government or the state government. That's it. That's my contact details. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I don't want to break your mic, man. Finish just in time, too.
Thank you, Mr. Ephrem. And I don't know about you guys, but every time I see Mr. Ephrem's presentations, although the numbers keep going up and what he shows up there, it makes me very proud of being a Floridian, right? So once again, a big round of applause for Mr. Ephrem. Thank you, sir. Now, one thing I'm going to say as a father of two sons, one who graduated the University of Central Florida and one who's just started Florida International University, is that not only are our universities good, affordable, and that's before we talk about bright futures. So if you know somebody of school university age or about to enter university, look it up. One of the world's best kept secrets. Let me tell you, and I'll stop here before we move on, because this is not what this is about, but I figure I would share. I will, hopefully, in 4 years, have graduated two sons from the public systems of the universities in Florida, and I will have spent $0 to do so. So, let's go Florida. All right. So moving on. Now, we spoke about all this economic growth, all this industry, the ports, the areas of excellence that we have in our state and our economy and how Brazil can capture that. Now, obviously, that results in a lot of capital being available, right? We constantly hear about, we have so much capital, people need to deploy that capital. So our next guest is going to make a case that there are fewer places in the world that are perhaps more worthy of a destination of said available capital than Brazil itself. So Brazil's competitive advantage for foreign direct investment is the topic, and I would like to welcome to stage the Senior Trade and Market Intelligence Specialist of the ApexBrasil North America, Mr. Fernando Spohr.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, officially. Yeah. Can I use that? Perfect. Great. So, yeah, we were invited here to talk about a little bit about investments in Brazil and how ApexBrasil can help that and show you some data and show you some information. But I'm going to touch a little bit on the subject of how ApexBrasil also can help Brazilian companies do business in the US, because I think that's very important. It's something that we've been doing for more than 20 years here, and a lot of people don't know that. So I'm going to touch that in a little bit. So a little bit about ApexBrasil, and who knows about ApexBrasil? Do you guys know? Okay. It's fairly, but a lot of people don't know about that, and that's on us. Even a lot of people in Brazil don't know it, but we are the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, so we're part of the Brazilian government. We're not particularly government, but we provide services for the government. It's almost like the Orlando agency and all that, so we're under the Ministry of Development and Industry in Brazil, and we're like a non-profit organization, and our main objective is to help Brazilian companies to do business overseas, to export their products or services, but also to attract foreign direct investments into Brazil. And like I said, we are present in the lives of Brazilian companies, international buyers, and foreign investors in Brazil. We drive Brazil's sustainable development through exports and foreign investment. That's pretty much what we do in general. Let me just go. I think it's going to be better the next. Here we go, I think. Hold on. I don't think it's showing here. I think it's kind of blurry. But this is all our offices around the world. Actually, not that many years ago, we started opening regional offices in Brazil in different states. We are based in Brasilia. Our headquarters is based in Brasilia, our capital. But since 2019, I believe, we started opening offices in the strategic points, different states and capitals in Brazil, such as Porto Alegre, where I'm from. We cover the South region. São Paulo covers the Southeast. Belo Horizonte just opened. Cuiabá, Belém, Goiânia, Recife, Salvador. So we spread around, so we're closer to the industry. We're closer to the industry federations, much closer to to our customers. And international, Miami office where I'm based from. We are in Miami since 2005, so we're completing 21 years now. We started in a free trade zone. We started at the Miami trade zone, and actually we had a warehouse there for Brazilian companies that want to do business, so we helped them have a warehouse and logistics and everything else. But since 2011, we moved to the Brickell region in Miami, so we are 15 years in Brickell. And but also in the United States, we have an office in New York and San Francisco. So it's different objectives, also supporting, doing like export promotions and also attracting investments, but it's more based on like San Francisco is technology, innovation, venture capital. New York is more like investments as well. And we just opened a representation in Washington also last year. Because we've been talking about that since the beginning of the morning. We know how the situation is between Brazil and US right now. And it's something we're discussing for quite a while, of having like a stronger representation in Washington, actually to support also the embassy, which we're very close to, the embassy and the consulates. We work very well together, but we needed to have like specialists there. We need to have somebody working with congressmen, working with lobbies, monitoring what was going on. So we started doing that since last year, like I said. It was something that, again, we were thinking about it, but it was like, oh, yeah, next year, next year. But finally, I say, no, we've got to do that, and we're going to keep doing that. But besides the US, North America, and by the way, we cover, from the US offices, we cover Mexico, Canada, Central America, pretty much. This is our jurisdiction, so we cover all these countries. But we have offices in Europe, Brussels and Moscow, in Dubai, 2 offices in China, offices in Bogota, and we have some desks opening also in Lisbon and New Delhi. It's opening, I think, next month. So we're expanding our area of coverage. So we're pretty much all over the world. So a little bit about the foreign trade, the trade flow, Brazil, it's the $629 billion. Exports, 348 billion, that was the same number I think that Rodrigo mentioned before. And the trade balance is on 68.3 billions. And about investments, $10 billion in foreign investments were announced in Brazil with the support from ApexBrasil. And we created around 160,000 jobs. Those are some numbers. I think we're going to share the presentation later on because I don't want to keep you just giving numbers and numbers. I think the idea is to give more like an overview of what we can do and about the sectors. And why Brazil? Before that, just is not part of the presentation, but in the Miami office, we run a program that we support Brazilian companies that want to start their business here. So it's pretty similar to what we can do at the trade zones, or we can do someplace else. But the companies can have a physical office or a virtual office with us in Miami. So they start their US operations and then they can move on. But the idea is for them to help them to start their business here. And actually, right now, we are more than 120 companies, Brazilian companies, that have their offices in US through ApexBrasil. We don't do a back office or anything like that, but they have the physical address they can use. It's pretty much like a WeWork, but we provide the solutions. We have a list of service providers that help them. Law offices, accounting offices, logistics, marketing, banks, and everything. So they can do that. They can open their operations. We help them along the way. We don't provide the services, but then they can run their operations. So this number keeps growing. And actually, it fell a little bit during COVID, but now it's just like it's the record number of companies we're supporting at in 1 month, but we already helped more than probably 300 companies that started their business in the US. They left from us because that's the objective, that they start and they left and they keep growing. Anyway, why Brazil? We have access to natural resources, market access, the access to strategic assets, the efficiency gains. So Brazil, it makes sense for a lot of investors, especially in Latin America. And just to give you an idea about the size of Brazil, look at how many countries we can put inside Brazil. It's crazy. It's just like the sheer size of that. And we are very likable, let's say, but we're also very open to that. And especially for the US, it makes sense. The time zones make sense. And we can say that a lot of US businessmen and US companies, they like to do business with Brazil because of they know a little bit about the culture, and they much prefer to do here business with Brazil than going to Asia or someplace else. The labor force, we have about 109 million people, 10.2 million college students. We have like 41 Brazilian universities that are among the top 100 from Latin America. So there's skilled labor there, that makes sense. And then another macroeconomics about Brazil and the economy. We are the second exporter of agricultural products, fourth in renewable electricity production. 58% of national territory are forests. We're the first economy in Latin America. We have the largest water reserve in the world, 8th global oil producer, and 2nd global producer of biodiesel. And global FDI inflows, so we are the third, also the largest FDI destination worldwide in 2025. We just lose to the US and China. So, you know, keep growing. We have larger investments than Canada, Australia, and France. And yeah, we're regional leader in FDI in Latin America, for example. So counts about 38%. And we have some new development policies going on as well. We have the Plano Ação para a Neoindustrialização, the novo PAC. We have also some other, and then within the PAC, we have the sustainable and digital agro-industrial chains for food nutrition security, health industrial complex, sustainable infrastructure, sanitation and mobility, digital transformation, bioeconomy, decarbonization, energy transition, and of course a lot of technologies of interest for national defense as well. So those are like very important strategic sectors that want to attract investments from foreign countries. And that has like 9 axes: efficient, sustainable transportation, sustainable, resilient cities, healthcare, energy security, education, science, the program Água para Todos, the water supply, digital inclusion and connectivity, inclusive social infrastructure, and innovation for the defense industry. And also we have some other policies, according to the PAC as well, we have all these other policies: this National Energy Transition Policy, the Fuel of the Future Program, National Biofuels, National Fertilizer, and the other programs. And I'm going to go over that, but we can share that so you have more information about. But those are the priority strategies for in the different sectors that Brazil is trying to attract foreign direct investment. Renewable energies, of course, energy security, agribusiness, R&D, social and environmental infrastructures, and logistics and minings. Energy. So Brazil has the highest share of renewables among G20 countries. See, we're the leader among all the G20 countries for renewable energy. And all the main sectors, the oil, sugarcane, hydropower, natural gas, firewood and charcoal, renewables, coal, wind power, solar, and nuclear. And we have a very diverse mix of electricity, where it's generated. So also that makes sense for a lot of investors as well. Data centers. Brazil, I think it's in the game of the data centers. The government has been participating in a lot of conferences and forums, and it's a big player in the world, and has a lot of, actually, there's a lot of places, and there's energy sources as well that could help the development of data centers in Brazil. Solar energy. So the benefits of that. And more than 64 gigawatts of operational capacity, $282 billion in new investments, generated more than almost 2 million jobs, and also a lot of emissions of CO2 emissions were avoided with the solar energy in Brazil. And we have a program with AB Solar as well, where they participate in a lot of conferences around the world, because that's something else that we're going to talk about Apex, but we don't do here. We support more than 60 different sectors of the industry. We have what we call sector projects with a lot of different industries in Brazil. For example, the footwear Association of Brazilian Manufacturers. Absolar has all the solar power companies that work in that, and all like focus on attracting investments and also to export their services and products. And then Apex actually pretty much pays for that, develops a program with them, and they participate in conferences around the world and also bring key players to Brazil. And that's the evolution of solar power in Brazil. That's a lot of data. I'm not going to go over that. Wind energy, of course, also very important. I know our president here thinks they're ugly. They doesn't like it, but you know, all over the world, that's very important, and we should continue to do that. But we are expected to reach 56 of gigawatts of installed capacity by 2032, and we're one of the most competitive wind generation costs in the world as well. And see the capacity here. Brazil has 3%. Of course, China still have like 70% of installations onshore, but we're growing a little bit. And the total installations onshore as well. The cumulative global capacity. Brazil also, it's well positioned with other countries, so there's a lot of capacity to grow in there as well. And there's all the comparison between new and cumulative, wind power capacity in Brazil. And some more information about wind farms in Brazil, where they're located, mostly along the coast, you know. More information about the wind energy. Hydrogen as well. We have a lot of policies that regulate that. The Brazilian National Hydrogen Program, the legal framework for low carbon hydrogen, the PHBC, the Low Carbon Hydrogen Development Program, and then a lot of incentive measures, like the ReHydro, the special incentive regime for the production of low carbon hydrogen in Brazil. See all the different the green hydrogen hubs, mostly located also along the coast, but a little bit central to Brazil, but it goes from pretty much north to south. And we had 35 billion in investments announced in Brazil only in 2024, with the companies, the Fortescue from Australia, EDF from France, ArcelorMittal from Holland, but Netherlands, but India, Voltalia, and other companies. So we see from many different countries and all the locations that were doing that. Oil and gas, that's also very important sector for Brazil. We have tons of industry that involves not only the actual the natural resources, but the whole industry. It's a very developed industry in Brazil in terms of machinery and everything else. And we're keep growing during the years, and there's a projection of actually keep growing more and more with new discoveries. And then we have the pre-salt with 82% of the total oil and gas production, offshore and onshore, and some other very impressive numbers that Brazil is doing in the industry. And we're I was actually in the conference here in the US in May, the OTC, that's the Oil and Gas Conference in Texas, in Houston. And Brazil is one of the main players there. And we're competing with many other Norway and even China. So, and Brazil keeps growing. And there's a lot of delegations from, I think we had more than 40 Brazilian companies. And there were like many different agencies and governments coming. And there's a big one, new conference happening in Brazil next month in Rio. Some more information about why the industry is good to be invested in Brazil. We're becoming one of the top exporters as well. We're the 8th largest oil producer in the world and 9th largest refining park in the world. And some key players in Brazil oil and gas sector, as I mentioned, Petrobras, Prio, Brava, Raízen, Vibra, Shell, Total Energies, Equinor, Chevron, Acelen, and others. And then we have all these institutes working together, ANP, the IBP, the Ministério de Minas e Energia, and we're all partners with these guys as well, participating in the different conferences and many different regions of the world and supporting the industry. The agribusiness, which one of the most important, definitely, if not the most important sector in Brazil. So we have, you see the global share of global food production. You know, Brazil, some cases represents some 70%. So, for example, orange juice, but so from soybeans to live cattle, it's pretty much from 40 to 20%. So it's huge. And we have all this food, problems happening. So we have we are an important player in the world for sure. So it's a matter of attracting investment in technology and having to work and how to even better that industry is already good but needs investment. Yeah, so pretty much all the use of agricultural commodities by type and income group throughout the years on food, biofuel, feed, food loss and waste, and others. And this is also land that degraded lands, what they call degraded pastures, that if you use the right technology, you can redevelop, you can recover that, and can plant more stuff, get some more food, cattle, and everything else. So Brazil have this is the map of the degradation. So a lot of places that they can be redeveloped, let's say, and this is the potential that we can reach and get even more crops and everything getting done in Brazil. And Brazil created a national plan for the conversion of degraded pastures, as I mentioned, with the following goals. We're going to double the Brazilian productivity without new deforestation. We're going to recover and convert up to 40 million hectares of pastures in 10 years and mitigate the climate change by increasing carbon sequestration in the soil. The global fertilizer scenario. So in Brazil, we're rising the demand for fertilizers, and it's been, we've been importing a lot, but Brazil represents about 6.2% in the world compared to other countries. Then we have a dependency of that, so that's something we need to address. Some more information about the fertilizer plan. And we want to talk about the fuel of the future. We have all these different scenarios here, the promotion of sustainable mobility. We want to integrate policies, legal framework for clean technologies, expected results by 2037. We project $260 billion in investment and 705 million tons CO2 reduction. New fuels in the energy matrix introduces SAF, renewable diesel, regulates synthetic fuels in Brazil, the biofuel blend and emissions targets, and the technical governments, creates the permanent technical committee for the fuel of the future. Some announced projects. the Brazil Biofuels 2026. It's the biorefinery project for HVO and SAF production. The Acelen 2027. And the Petrobras 2029. That's the plans to build a unit for HVO and SAF. This is the HVO and SAF, hydro-retreated vegetable oil, and SAF is sustainable aviation fuel for production adjacent to our PBC refinery. So a lot of projects coming up on that sector as well. And critical minerals, we've been talking about that, rare minerals and all that, where Brazil is a big player at the moment. But and there are some investments from the US already there, but it's a very touchy subject, let's say. But it's something that Brazil is positioning itself very well in the world. So there's all this demand for these different materials, you know, for copper, nickel, graphite, cobalt, lithium, magnet, rare earth elements, and the biotechnology, you know, for solar PV, EVs and storage for wind, electricity networks, and hydrogen. And the strategic minerals in Brazil. The Brazil share of the global reserves for rare earth elements, we have 24.7%. And for graphite, we have 23%, nickel, 11%, phosphate, 2.2%, and everything else. So, you know, some interesting facts is the largest gaps between the reserves and production that you can see here are in the rare earths, graphite and nickel, with potential for expansion in the medium long term. So that's the thing, we're not producing that much, but we have a lot of the global reserves, but we're not into the production part of that as well. So that's something and there's some big investments on that, and some actually plants opening up in Brazil in that sector. And all these key players are working on that. It's the Ministério de Minas e Energia, the Energy Secretary, the IBRA, the Mineração do Brasil, ANM, IBAMA, of course, and the Serviço Geológico do Brasil. So all these players are involved and working with that under the federal government. And ApexBrasil, it's one player. We try to get involved, but this is more like we help if somebody wants to invest in those sectors. That's pretty much how we can help. The infrastructure also. Then we have yeah, we're kind of behind in a lot of in a lot of the other countries. So Brazil also needs to do that, and this is the main gap: energy, water, sanitation, digital development, and transportation. So we need to improve on that, and also that's also part of one of the main areas of that the government needs to attract investments. That for many years right now, there's something that we're happening, but it still should be more, you know. But you see, like for highways, there's 24 projects going on right now. The railway, 9. Ports and terminals, 37 projects. Airports, 11 projects, and waterways, 3 projects. So there's so those are foreign direct investment to Brazil that are happening, building infrastructure, renewing some renewing the fleet, some renewing the whole, infrastructure of each of these sectors in Brazil. And some of the airports in Brazil also, that all the different airports that we have there. Then we have, there are 59 airports for concession, and 11 of private operators, most from the global markets. For example, I know for a fact, like the airport in Porto Alegre, where I'm from, it's owned by the Frankfurt airport, so, and some others like that. So that's something that more and more needs to be done. And yeah, you can see here, like those are the different players. Those are the private operators. Zurich Airport, I think operates Florianopolis. and so all those that. So there's tons of that. R&D innovation. So 49.1 on an innovative companies plan to increase R&D investments in 2025. 9.9 million students enroll in higher education institutions, over 1 million masters, and 320,000 PhDs, 64 operational technology parks in Brazil with 40 plus in development. And there are 69 Brazilian universities among the top 195 from Latin America. Expanding venture capital and startup activity, 26 Brazilian unicorns and counting. And that's also, we have Brazil has ApexBrasil also has a great, we work a lot in partnerships with different solutions for startups. That's like opening a parenthesis here. So we participate, for example, in festivals around the world, the conferences around the world like Web Summit, South by Southwest and everything else. So we bring Brazilian startups so they can do, try to do business here, try to get investments into their companies. We do pitch training, we do tons of things. I could tell you a lot more about ApexBrasil, everything else besides investment, but that would be something for a different day. And this is the development of Brazil innovation system. So in 2010, we had 600 startups. Now we have 18,000 startups. Venture capital funds, we had 10, now 120 in Brazil. Corporate funds, 5, now 200 plus. Innovation hubs were 5, now 300 plus. And unicorns in 2010, 0. 32 in 2024. One of the Brazilian unicorns actually they were in our Miami office. And I don't know if you probably know, it's called Mobily. They develop, what do you call, the Play Kids and what do you call the food delivery in Brazil? I forgot the name now. iFood. They developed that. And their headquarters in the US was in our office in Miami. So, but now they left. They don't need us anymore, but it was a very good case. And they're very good guys. And some key sectors of Brazilian startups is of course, the information, communication technology, education, health, finance, and agribusiness. And so developing solutions for all these different industries. And especially fintech, we see a lot that in Florida, for example, and health tech as well. And some companies more and more companies are coming here. Those are the 32 Brazilian unicorns. You see iFood there, and some of the other ones. And but you see just a number of Brazilian startups have got some investments comparing to other countries in Latin America. See the percentage that Brazil has, so it's pretty significant. And finally, services and programs for foreign companies and investors. So pretty much that's everything that we can help. And that's done mostly via our headquarters in Brazil. So we have a whole department called Gerência de Investimentos, and they can do helping with all that. It starts with image, promotion, facilitation, aftercare, ecosystem improvement, monitoring, strategy. So the whole cycle. So we try to sell Brazil all over the world, whatever we can, but actually the most important is actually we provide the support to do that. Hey, I want to invest in Brazil. It's not sell in Brazil, invest in Brazil. It's different. So if you want to export to Brazil, then you talk to US Commercial Services, you talk to some other agencies. But we provide the market industry information, deal flows, networking, site location, soft landing, partnerships. So also we work with all the different states also to see what's the best option for a company to actually, could be a greenfield project or it could be just an investment to try, to expand their operations in Brazil. So we have a partnership with in Brazil, that's a private equity and venture capital. So the Brazil program is a joint initiative between ApexBrasil and the Brazilian BVCAP, just to resume that. So we have a lot of initiatives that we do together, mostly like trying to attract international investments in the venture capital and the private equity industry. So we do like market intelligence, we do networking, and we do matchmaking sessions. We do conferences in Brazil and here in the US as well. And we have the Scale Up Brazil. That's support to international, actually tech companies to expand their business in Brazil. So we already also doing, along with the BVCAP, we try to evaluate where the best place for those companies to go, where to install, where they start doing their business, which technology parks they should be part of. And that's the tech makers. That's also a collaboration between ApexBrasil and Embrapa. That's like for, especially on the R&D projects, for like, especially for the agribusiness, solutions. And the investment department of ApexBrasil, we were already during that period from 2011 to 2025. 2011 was when the department was actually started functioning. They qualified 2765 companies, 444 foreign investment supporter, and generated more than $75 billion of direct foreign investments into Brazil. Then they work with the investment promotion. We can do the facilitation, webinars, basic information for investors. Pretty much like all what even the Derek here from Orlando said, that pretty much it's like a one-stop shop for, okay, I want to invest in Brazil, how can you help me? And so we help, like, especially like scouting locations, see what's the best place for them to open that, or actually where to put the money. And then some of the cases, just envision that. Jervois from Australia. It was a nickel and cobalt refinery reform and reactivation. Envision from China. It was an investment in sustainable aviation, biorefinery. And Speak from China, it was the opening of Manatee Solar Complex. Installed capacity of 292 megawatts. And then we have like our website has theinvestinbrazil.com.br. Like you can find information about all the industries, what you need, who to talk to, data, market research, and all the different like sectors that you're looking for. And these are contacts in Brasilia. These are contacts in Miami. Of course, I have my personal email here. I can provide to you, have my business card if you want to talk to me later. And but thank you, Josefina, and everybody from the chamber for the opportunity. And I know it's a lot of data, a lot of information, so I know it could be a little bit boring, but if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to help you. Or if you want more information about ApexBrasil and the other services we provide from the other side, especially the export promotion and all the initiatives that we have here in the US, I'm more than welcome, more than pleased to help you. Okay? Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Fernando, once again. And the more you learn, right? Talk about being proud to be a Floridian. That makes me proud of being a Brazilian. All that stuff that we hear. It's amazing the industry and the dynamism of the Brazilian economy, especially the agricultural business, right? Brazil is truly the pantry of the world. And talking about food, it's that time, right? So I'm going to ask everybody, on the back of the room, we're going to have a buffet lunch. So if everybody could make their way to the lunch, help yourselves. What I will ask you to, as after you serve yourself, please go back to your tables, because we're going to have a luncheon discussion here from our good friends of City National Bank, the proud sponsors of today's event. So please, everybody, I know everybody's hungry now. If you can make your way to the back of the room, help yourself to the buffet line, come back to the tables, and in about 15 to 20 minutes, no more, we're going to be introducing our friends from City National Bank. Bon appétit, everybody. Bon appétit. Introduce to the stage our proud sponsors of today's event, City National Bank. And I'm going to ask, yes, round of applause for City National Bank. There you go. So may I invite onto stage the head of International Corporate and Specialized Industries, Mr. Gerardo Rodriguez. The Senior Vice President and Corporate and Commercial Director for the Orlando market, Mr. Ralph Tejada. And to mediate the panel, the Vice President and Business Banker at Citi, Ms. Marilena Suarez.
Thank you, Marilena.
Thank you. How's everybody doing? We have the slot after lunch, so it's usually if anybody is going to grab a cafezinho. But on behalf of City National Bank and the Brazilian Chamber, I'd like to thank again everybody for being here. I would like to recognize some of my colleagues that came from Miami or from here. If you guys could please stand. If you guys have the opportunity to have a conversation, we are here. I also would like to say a few words about our bank. We are in a very special year. It's our 80th anniversary. And in the state of Florida, in Orlando, we've been here for about 15 years. And it's my honor today to be able to moderate this panel with these two leaders in our company. The topics are going to be very relevant to what we spoke about today, but just a little bit about our bank. We are a full-service bank, headquartered in Coral Gables, but here in Orlando, we let Ralph talk a little bit about our presence here in Orlando. But I'll start with Gerardo. Please tell about your role and your perspective on the opportunities that you're seeing across Florida.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to everyone. Boa tarde. That's as far as I go with my Portuñol. But it's really a pleasure to be here and an honor. Really thank you for organizing this. And again, it's an incredibly opportunity for us to be here. And hopefully I get the chance to interact with many of you. But again, my name is Gerardo Rodriguez. And as you can see back there, I'm the head of our international corporates and specialized industries for City National Bank. So my job is really to help multinational companies to establish their operations in the US and in Florida, to expand their operations and to scale them and be the banking partner of choice for all of them. And before joining City National Bank, I did spend quite a good amount of time with another bank, which is Citibank. So I spent 20 years with Citibank. And just to share a little bit more about my background, which is relevant to this forum, is started in Mexico in the corporate banking side. So I managed many different industries for local corporates. Then I had the opportunity to be relocated to New York. In New York, I was also part of the corporate bank, managing very different industries. Then I moved to Miami. In Miami, I was able to cover Latin America, so I spent a lot of time with Brazilian companies, but all companies from all different industries across Latin America. And the last 10 years with Citibank, first I was the head of the middle market business for Florida, expanded that into the Southeast, for local corporates, became industry head for consumer and retail. But the last 3 years, they asked me to go back to New York to lead the multinational business for North America. So I had the chance to interact with many corporations, multinationals like yourself, from all over the world that were expanding or scaling their businesses in North America. And I'm back in Miami. So I think that's a reflection of how important I believe Florida is for all the corporations, right? I mean, I made the decision to make a change, and I came to the right market with the right bank, because really our focus is really with City National Bank now to help you expand your businesses, to leverage our understanding of the different market nuances and navigating the complexities of the US to really help you develop your businesses, to really connect you with other clients of us, and just make sure that we become the partner of choice for all of you. What makes me excited about Florida, look, I think Florida is an incredibly interesting market, as we have all heard from all the different speakers here. And I truly believe that, obviously, especially Orlando and Tampa will continue to lead the traction of many multinationals coming to the US. And, you know, with that, we're here to help with that. And again, we're not only a bank that has a very long-standing relationship, a very long-standing presence in Florida, but also we're backed by one of the largest financial institutions in Latin America, which is BCI, that many of you may know. It's a 100 billion in assets bank. It's a single A financial institution, and it's an institution that has a large presence in different countries within Latin America. So we have the ability to offer the best of both worlds to all of you and the multinationals here. We have the ability to deliver that global expertise and understanding of Latin America, but also we have boots on the ground. We have a very large and strong presence in Florida, and we are able to, again, deliver globality, but with local expertise in Florida to help you grow your businesses.
Thank you, Gerardo. Ralph, please tell us about your role and what makes Central Florida such an important market for City National.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was going to say whatever he said, that's it. That you pretty much covered it all. But Central Florida, for us, is extremely important. Just to put things into perspective and a little more localized, our bank has been around for 80 years. We are backed by the second largest bank in Chile, Banco de Crédito Inversiones, BCI, and we have double-digit market share down in South Florida. We realize as a firm, bank our size, about $30 billion in assets here in the US. Our growth, if we want to continue to grow and we want to be the premier bank of Florida, Florida is our focus. We realize that we need to move north. So we're putting a lot of resources, you know, in Broward, Palm Beach, but mainly in Central Florida, Orlando, the MSA area, so the Metro Service area of Orlando, and Tampa, and the Space Coast. There's a lot of resources that we're deploying here. About in April, we had our bank ownership and executive board came to Orlando. We gave them the grand tour of all the opportunities, and they see the opportunity that is here in Central Florida. So a lot of the resources and a lot of the growth and a lot of the potential that we see, we're putting it here in Central Florida, specifically in Orlando. Just like it was mentioned earlier, there's just so much happening here in Orlando from a technology perspective, from a healthcare perspective, from infrastructure. It's happening here in Central Florida. We kind of mentioned earlier, 75% of the engineers that are being hired by the Space Coast come from UCF. And that is an outstanding number that if you start thinking about the potential of everything happening here, the downtown area, Lake Nona, the Winter Garden, and as we continue to grow, and as we continue to close the corridor between Orlando and Tampa with Lakeland and all that growth that is happening there, just the opportunity is exponential. To localize it a little bit further, my job is to really focus in the corporate and commercial growth here in Central Florida. We are growing. You can't see it, but our building, our name is on the building right back there. It's the building that looks like a bookshelf. We are the official bank of the Magic. So, we just opened our third branch in Lake Nona. So we're here to stay. And we've hired about 15 bankers in the last 15 months. So, you know,
we realize the opportunity that we have. We have great talented bankers like Marilena. And the bank continues to invest in talent. And, hence Gerardo decided to join us. And we're developing a trade desk and a trade team that is going to continue to expand our capabilities here in the market. So we are a full-service bank, from our branches to small business, to commercial banking, to corporate banking, to international corporate private banking, both corporate and private. So anything that you need, we are one-stop shop for everything you need. And we pride ourselves in being the face-to-face bank. So for us, it's really important that we meet you where you are. And that's really important to us. So we really spend the time to get to know our clients, to really build a relationship, and to truly become that trusted partner that you're looking for in your financial institution.
Thank you, Ralph. Digging a little bit deeper exactly what you're talking about, let's talk about that big picture. When you look at Orlando, Tampa, and Florida overall, what makes this region such an attractive destination for investments in business and expansion?
I mean, again, I think I somewhat covered it, but there's just so much population growth. There's so much infrastructure development here happening. We have technology, healthcare, just the Space Coast again. Anything that has to do with growth, healthcare, technology, and anything that has to do with infrastructure is happening here. Again, they mentioned it earlier. We have about 1,000 families moving to Central Florida every week. So we're going to need the resources, the companies, and the services to be able to support all that growth. The other part is that, before me coming here, I was at Chase for close to 20 years. And a banking relationship is important. And as our communities continue to grow and our businesses are starting to come here, and a lot of folks are establishing their relationship, I always say that you need a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good banker. And as bigger banks get bigger, some folks may get lost in the shuffle, or they may not have the capacity to really invest the time and the resources to the community. And that's where we come in. We want to be, again, the premier Florida bank. So for us, the opportunity is endless, and we know that in order for us to set ourselves apart from everybody else, we need to be here. We need to be part of all these organizations and make sure that we continue to add value.
Carlo, the same question, and as one of those people that recently migrated here, if you can point out also some industries that you're seeing that are particular.
Yeah, and I'll expand a little bit about why I think Florida is so relevant to all of us here. And I think I would think of 5 things. I think the first one, the most important, and a little bit of this is we have heard about it, but I think the geographic location of Florida, it's a tremendous value and asset and opportunity. Because Florida is not only Florida, which is one of the biggest economies of the world, but it's really the gateway to the rest of the U.S. One of the main benefits of your companies expanding and thinking and going to the U.S. and through Florida is the ability not only to do business in Florida, but really once you're settled, up and running, to really do business across 50 states. And this is the largest consumption market in the world, and it will continue to be. So I think that geographic location of Florida, that proximity with Latin America, that cultural understanding on we Latin Americans, how we operate, how we do business, coupled with the ability to expand your operations in 50 states in the largest consumption consumption country in the world, it's a tremendous opportunity for all of your businesses. If you think about it from a foreign direct investment, I mean, Florida has been one of the top 5 states attracting FDI. For the last few years, you have attracted more than 90 billion of investments here. If you think about it from a trade perspective, Florida has been growing close to double digit for the last 10 years in trade volumes. And when you look at which are the key countries, and we saw it in the morning, I mean, Brazil is number 1, which is fantastic, right? And it's against all the other big players. It's against Mexico, who is our neighbors. So that obviously shows the relevance of the corridor and the connectivity between Brazil and Florida, Articula. And if you also think about talent and people, which is critical as you establish your businesses, as you develop your businesses, Florida has been the fastest growing state in terms of employment and generation of jobs from foreign companies. So that's also another testament of how important it is for multinationals, and especially for Brazil, coming here. And having that pool of talent is going to be incredibly important as well, so you can leverage that and really grow your businesses here. And then lastly, from a GDP perspective, Florida has been as well one of the fastest growing states within the US. And lastly, on top of all of that, you have 3 of the top 10 cities for multinationals in Florida. You have Tampa, which is the number 1, you have Orlando, number 4, and you have Miami, number 5, by the Financial Times, right? So all of that talks about how relevant Florida is, and for many reasons.
Thank you. Elaborating a little bit more specifically for the Brazilian opportunity. So we have many Brazilian entrepreneurs, executives, and investors in the audience today. What opportunities are you seeing for those Brazilian companies looking to expand into the United States?
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think from an industry's perspective, honestly, I think it's very, very diverse. I mean, obviously, I think, and we saw it as well back there, aerospace and aviation is going to be a tremendous opportunity. Manufacturing companies will do very well here, advanced manufacturing in particular. I also think consumer and retail companies, food, bev, and ag companies will continue to do very well here, right? And I think the opportunity for Brazilian companies is they can establish their own operations, they can start them from green fields, but also they can take advantage of inorganic growth, and you can take advantage of acquiring companies to accelerate the scale and expansion of your business. And not only that, I think the biggest opportunity is you are in the biggest capital markets of the world, with the most sophisticated and complex financing institutions like ourselves that can really help you to raise the capital that you need to either acquire other companies or grow your businesses or managing your working capital needs.
Ralph, same question, and if you could also elaborate, what would be a piece of advice that you'd give to companies considering their first major investment in the U.S. market?
I think, as I see it every day, and obviously I see it more localized, so I'm dealing directly with those businesses. It could be small business, mid-sized businesses, and corporate-sized business. I think from my perspective, the right banking partnership, it's the foundation of anything that you will need in order for you to start really growing your business, truly having a resource local. And I mentioned earlier, it's just really important that you find that partnership. And sometimes when a lot of these businesses come to the United States, or a lot of entrepreneurs come to the United States and they want to start business, the challenge that we have is that they usually go to the bigger financial institutions, right? And because it's what we know, is what everybody knows, so let's go to the big banks. Spending a little more time, doing a little more research, and finding the banks like us and other banks, but like ours, I think we have the capacity and the resources of the bigger banks with a similar technology. But that personal touch is really, makes a difference for you to truly have a banking partner that is going to ignite and the growth that you need and basically help you take off a lot quicker.
I would just elaborate a little bit on that and fully agree. And I do think that, I think the most important factor of all is how you plan ahead from start, right? Even before selecting the right partners, that pre-planning session to me is the most critical component of success. And I've had the chance to work with large Fortune 500 companies, to mid-sized companies, to small startups building their businesses here. that pre-planning and holistic understanding of what are the implications of doing business in the US is a critical component of success. And I'll mention a few that you should consider, right? I mean, obviously, depending on the stage of where you are in your business, but the number one is site selection, right? Before anything, you need to do a phenomenal job at really selecting the right place, which will give you not only the incentives that you're looking for, but also will have the task force, the labor force that will be required for your business, that will have the energy generation that your business will require, right? So that site selection is incredibly important. And I think one of the things that differentiate the US from all the countries is how much resources you have to make that right decision. We have Select USA, we have Select Florida, we have many business development organizations. They're all here to help Brazilian companies and all companies in the world to expand here. So take full advantage of that. Secondly, I think to your point, Ralph, I think it's incredibly important the partners that you select and develop at inception, right? You need to have the right attorneys, you need to have the right legal advisors and tax advisors, and you need to have the right banking partner. Well, you need City National Bank, no one else. I love it. And the last thing I would say, I don't want to lose my thoughts, is it's also establish the right treasury operation for you, right? Think about the right risk management themes, right? And think about, now, as an example on risk management, all of our currencies in Latin America have normally depreciated over time, which is completely different the last few years. Think about that when you're thinking about making investments into the US. Think about what should be the right banking structure that is going to allow you not only to be able to operate, but it's going to be able to help you scale and grow the company where you want to go, having the right partner that will deliver that, right? Think about you can help, how you can leverage your trade finance as a tool to really, if you don't have a meaningful presence, but you're starting to do business, there are many ways in which you can use your balance sheet, your receivables, and your exports to the US to get financing that you need for your working capital needs. So please think about us, because obviously we've been doing that for many companies. We have a lot of experience here. We have a dedicated team here, not only to help you on the relationship side, but product partners. We have a phenomenal trade finance team. We have a fantastic capital markets team that really can help you just think on, what you're doing, what your plans are, and then being able to add value and advisory on how we can help you achieve those long-term goals.
Great. We're talking about capital, banking, and growth. So on the same lines, what are some common mistakes that you see from companies when they are seeking financing, understanding that financing is only one small portion of the whole banking relationship? But what are some, I'll start with you since you're already on the topic, but I will go with Ralph.
Yeah, you have some time to think, Ralph. Look, I think, obviously capital planning, as I mentioned before, it's one of the key components on how you grow the business. And different businesses at different stages will have different opportunities to take advantage of everything that the US and Florida can offer in that front. Obviously, if you're a startup and you're just starting operations, the normal way of doing this is through own capital, right? It's hard to come to the US and ask for long-term financing when there is no credit history, right? But then as you continue, your journey and to start to grow, and if you continue to operate as an example, and you start doing business here, you start selling products or services, you have receivables, then you're going to have opportunities to leverage working capital, trade finance facilities to be able to manage that. And as you grow that, you're going to have a full scope of different financing solutions, from bilateral facilities to syndicated facilities as you grow your businesses, and hopefully ultimately most of you to go to the capital markets and be able to issue bonds and to issue and to raise public capital so you can continue to grow. So look, I think it's it's tricky, but you need to plan ahead, but you need to start having the right conversations with the right banking partners that can help you navigate through those complexities, the different stages of your growth and your companies, and with that, structure something that allows you to go where you want to go. So, and we would, again, be more than happy to have. I know every single company is unique and different and at different stages, and that's what we're best at doing. So, but I don't know, Ralph, what else you can say?
I think I completely agree with everything you say, but again, more of a, as you're starting your business or your business established, is continue to truly have a strategy. And I always joke around with our clients that I say, hey, my CPA friends will certainly be one of your best partners because they're the ones that know the line. They're the ones that kind of help you from a growth perspective. What are your plans and how do they position you to make sure that you become bankable, lendable, and that you have the ability to position yourself for that growth. And then the other part is truly understand how the system in the U.S. works. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that I see every day as I'm more local and I'm seeing businesses every day, again, different revenue sizes, is we come from Latin America and we are accustomed to type of banking, or you shake hands and something is happening, or your last name may help. Things here are a lot different. So again, having the right banking partner that is going to guide you through all the intricacies that are needed for you to understand how things work here in the U.S. is critical. So planning, and then obviously your execution is going to be critical. But I think that's the biggest challenges that I see every day is, well, that's not how it works over there. So if you really want to grow and do it quickly, get the right partners, both on the financial side and on the planning side. And I think that's my the biggest advice that I could give anybody.
Great. Looking ahead, what trends are you most closely watching? If we met again in 5 years, Josefina has another forum in 5 years. She has them every year. But I'm thinking in 5 years, what we would be talking about?
Yeah, I think, again, the population growth that we're experiencing here in Central Florida, it's going to create so many opportunities. And as we're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs and multinational companies coming to Central Florida, the capacity of employment growth, infrastructure, technology that we're going to see an explosion here of just talent. We're going to see an exponential growth on the need of talented folks. And I believe, just to put things into perspective about, again, in April, we had the CFO of the state of Florida kind of speaking about 30 years from today, where do you see the opportunities in Florida? And he said, well, 20, 30 years from today, the Panhandle is kind of where you want to start looking. But we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the people yet. We don't have the resources. And so 30 years down the line, that's maybe a place that you want to start thinking about. For the next 20 to 30 years, you're sitting in it. Central Florida, Orlando, and the metro area of Orlando, Tampa, Space Coast, is the place to be. So all the opportunities are here, and I'm just glad that we're part of it.
Gerardo, have we convinced you to move to Orlando now?
I don't know. We'll see. But I'll come frequently. Look, I think, obviously, I think this will continue to be the biggest consumption market of the world, and it will continue to be a tremendous opportunity for all the multinationals that really want to scale. But I also think that what we're experiencing today, probably going to be there in the next 5 years, or at least in the next few years, and that's geopolitical, risk. That is tariffs discussion, right? And what that means for all of you and all of on what we're trying to do, right? Because that's not going to stop. I think it's going to be a tremendous market opportunity, but I think companies need to really think ahead the next 5-7 years. What's going to make them successful under that environment, which I don't think is going to change anytime soon. You think about it from a supply chain perspective, there's been so much disruption, and everything that is happening from geopolitical events to tariff discussions or tweeters that change everything from one day to another. The companies that will succeed in this phenomenal market are the companies that are able to adapt and navigate those complexities in a quick way. The ones that are able to diversify their source of vendors so they can quickly move around their supply chain to be able to source the products that they need to continue to do business. It will be the companies that have the liquidity and the financial strength to be able to sustain those working capital swings and those needs when the times come. So again, I think it all goes back to plan ahead, because I do think that will continue to be the case. There will continue to be nearshoring as well as a key trend. I do see and continue to see it's a mixed bag. And again, until very recently, I had the opportunity to have discussions with companies of all over the world at the parent level, making the most meaningful investments in the US as part of all these discussions, as part of the manufacturing in America and all the acts to incentivize companies to actually manufacture and produce here. And many companies took the decision to wait and see what happens. Many others did actually pull the trigger, and they invested in the US and they started their own manufacturing. Those that made decisions quickly on that, I've seen them as really winners, and despite the fact, depend obviously on the business type and many other factors, but despite the fact that, as we saw, it's not cheap to do business here in the US, labor is not cheap, but at the end, again, the market opportunity is here, the consumption is here, and it's paying off for those companies. So again, just think about the environment in which we are. To me, that will continue to be the case, and think how you can thrive under that environment in the business and your aspirations to grow here in Florida and in the US. And again, also happy to have conversations with anyone in your particular businesses and share what I've seen, what we have done, how we have helped companies. We have dedicated team of bankers that we're doing exactly that. So, but that would be it.
Thank you. I think we have time for a few questions. Well, I have one, of course. So,
talking about pre-planning, huh?
What is the single most important piece of advice that you'd like people to take from this conversation today as you're looking to grow their businesses between Brazil and the United States? Ralph, I'll start with you.
I think just, again, we said this word a lot, just be strategic, think long term, build the right relationships, the right partnerships, and continue you will create sustained growth. I think that is the most important thing. Think strategically, plan ahead, and you will be okay, because the opportunities are endless.
I'll say a couple things. One is, I really think the opportunity is not only for Florida, right? The opportunity is really to be able to scale your businesses across 50 states. Take advantage of that. Secondly, take full advantage, as I mentioned, of all the different entities and all the partners that can help you make the right decisions on where, how, and with whom do business here in the US. Take also advantage of, partners like us, like banking partners. They should not only be able to offer you the basics that banking, the financial institutions can provide, from treasury, cash management, risk management, but also, like as an example, we would love to help you get in front of different vendors, clients, or potential clients that can help you grow your business, right? We have a material connectivity and network within this region, and especially in Florida and in Latam. Come to us. If you don't know how to do business in a country in which we may have a presence, we can help you with that. If you don't know who may be a good vendor for you to sell you any type of product in the US, we may have that supplier as a client of us, and we may be able to get you and connect you with them. And same case to do business and grow your businesses. So take full advantage, but select the right partners. And then if you really want to be very successful, bank with us at City National Bank.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Well, thank you, Gerardo. Thank you, Raul. Oh, there's a question. Awesome.
I don't know how much you guys can share, but can you give us a true life example of a last big transaction that you had, a major transaction? What was the success and the failures of such? An example, a real life example.
Go ahead, Gerardo. You talk about the big numbers.
Let me think how I can not say names on this. Okay, I think one good example, have my friend here is, and like there's been a company that has been trying to acquire companies here, and it was that case of an opportunity of acquisition financing that I mentioned, right? So in that example, we were able to leverage the target company that they were trying to buy here in Florida, and using their balance sheet, using their strength of earnings and profitability, we were able to structure an asset-based facility that would allow us to take those receivables, to take that inventory, and together with equity, with the acquisition, with the company acquiring this company, we were able to really finance their growth in Florida to really double the size of their business for the next few years. So that's one very simple example. We have another case in which we're helping a company that is sourcing commodities. We have here my trade partner, so she can talk more, but it's a trade finance opportunity for a company that needs help to finance the exports of their commodities that they're buying from a country in Latin America and selling them into Europe. So we are helping them to find a way to finance those 60, 90 days in which that inventory is in transit and to be sold there. So I think there are lots of ways in which we can help. So, and that's having those discussions on what your challenge is and what the opportunities is the only fun part of our job. So we would love to have those discussions and see how we can be helpful. But thank you for asking that question.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Cristiane Barreto, Strategic Director of the Chamber. I have a question for you. Do you think strategic planning is still underestimated by small and medium-sized business owners as a key factor in sustaining their business over the long term?
And so the question is, if I think that small businesses, mid-sized companies, they have faced issues by not pre-planning properly over the long term. And if that's the question, absolutely. Like I've seen so many cases of companies that were just reactive to the opportunity, and they faced very, very challenging situations from not having enough liquidity to actually sustain shocks in the supply chain environment, and suddenly having tremendous amount of inventory that they couldn't sell, or they had to storage for a longer period of time. And because they did not pre-plan on that, because they did not have the right liquidity to sustain a shock like that. I mean, it's hard to pre-plan when you have COVID, right? I mean, obviously nobody was expecting that. But I absolutely have seen, especially on smaller size multinationals, shocks for not pre-planning, because at the end, they don't have the scale, they don't have the ability, they don't have the banking relationships or the relationships with partners to actually be able to negotiate and to sustain and navigate through difficult times. So I think way more important for small and mid-sized companies to really pre-plan and think and have contingency plans for what the future may look like, 100%.
I have an example of a client of mine that did exactly the opposite. They did pre-plan, and last year we were able to onboard them and help them. They were never really needing any liquidity. They were doing very well. Then the Trump tariffs hit, and they are heavily reliant on import from Brazil. So they used a lot, our line of credit. That was great. And then just now they got a refund because the Supreme Court has ruled that some of them were not. So they're strategically planning instead of, they paid off all their line of credit and everything. Instead of using up the rest of the money, they're investing in the nearshoring. Now they're going to open a facility here to do exactly that, produce some of their products here. So I think that was a successful case and a case of strategic planning. And we could help.
Yeah, 100%. I'll mention one more that I don't know why it came up to my mind, but it's also related to risk management, right? A company that didn't plan or think on what was the right risk management and hedging approach for their operations. So this is a company that sells tequila in the US, and they manufacture the tequila in Mexico. And they never thought that at one point of time, the Mexican peso would actually appreciate the way it did against the dollar. So you had your cost in an appreciating currency when you have all your sales here in the US. And because they didn't plan on that, it was a big shock to their margins, to their profitability, that they could have somehow mitigated, not fully hedged, but they could have somehow at least mitigated and helped sustain their margins and their business. So like that, there's all kinds of cases. So again, please let us know if we can have a conversation, if we can help. If you're facing any challenges, we would love to be part of that story.
Well, thanks again, everyone. Thanks again, Josephine and Carol. We're going to be around.
I would give you guys a gift bag too, but here's some secret. They're the ones that put together the gift bags and gave it to us. So I think it would not be a surprise. All right. Well, once again, for our colleagues and friends from City National Bank, thank you very much. Hey, and I'll tell you guys a secret about City National Bank. I didn't talk to them about that, so they're probably like, what? Now, as you've noticed, we are here at Kia Center, the house of the Orlando Magic, right? And very nice room here, sponsored by City National Bank at the heart of downtown. And, I like sports. I'm not a massive NBA expert, but I know enough to be told that ever since City National Bank started sponsoring the Orlando Magic, they seem to be doing a lot better. Right? So if that's any hint, other than, getting a line of credit, working your trade finance deals, they seem to be a good luck charm. So, remember that too when you think about partnering with them. So anyway, thank you guys very much. We can't say enough how thankful we are for your support of today's event. Thank you. All right. So we are at the home stretch of our day. And just going back a little bit, I told you we did a little journey in Central Florida, right? We started out west in Tampa and Port Manatee. We took I-4 east here. We arrived at Orange County. We spoke about Orange County. Now we're going to continue to take I-4 east. But if you look at the map, it kind of heads north first before it hooks east in its way to Seminole County, right? I'm sure most of us have been to Sanford International Airport and other awesome places in Seminole County. So, to talk more about our neighbors to the north, I would like to invite to stage the Seminole County Director of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism to talk about an overview of the advantages available for companies seeking to establish or expand operations in Central Florida. So, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Gui Cunha. Gui.
Boa tarde. Tá funcionando? Yep. So my Portuguese is not very strong. Okay. I was born in Brazil, in Belo Horizonte, but I came to Miami when I was 2 years old. So when Caroline and Carlo reach out and say, hey, would you love to present? I said, Caroline, meu português é muito fraco. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. You know, send me the guest list. And I saw our friend Derek from Orlando Economic Partnership. Então eu falei, meu português não é forte, mas não é o pior que você tem. Yeah. So I said, yeah, my Portuguese is definitely not the strongest, but it's not the worst they're going to hear that day. So I'm Gui Cunha. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Tourism for Seminole County. About 10 years ago, moved up from Miami, so love City National. Got married at the Biltmore, so right next to you guys over at Coral Gables. And started seeing what's the identity in Seminole County? How can we build on that identity? So Seminole County was very interested in sports and sports tourism. Seminole County has quite a bit of headquarters. Deloitte, we have a regional headquarter for Verizon, regional headquarter for Chase. We had Robinhood came into Seminole County. The top 3 manufacturers of Central Florida last year were all in Seminole County, 2 in Sanford, 1 in Lake Mary. So when I arrived, it was worry about sports. Worry about sports. We've invested in sports tourism. After 2 years, they said, okay, Guy, now worry about all of economic development. So for the presentation today, I want to show you guys the review that we have with our county commissioners, and we do for the cities. But then we'll go into in-depth on opportunities and calls to action. And I will jump in on English, e eu vou falar português também, só pouquinho, só pouquinho. Então eu vou entrar para o inglês e português também e conversar sobre as oportunidades que tem no Seminole County. Agora, eu também posso fazer espanhol, mas a minha esposa é de Hialeah, então a minha espanhol é de Hialeah, bem cubano. Então é isso, crescer em Miami, as coisas que a gente aprende. So in Seminole County, we pride ourselves on very low unemployment. So in Seminole County, we have the lowest unemployment rate in the entire region. So why is that important? When the commissioners come to the Office of Economic Development and Tourism, it's not just a question on jobs. It's a question on wages. Not just the number of jobs, but what are the average annual wage of those jobs in Seminole County? So in Seminole County, it's $65,000 as of this year, the average wage. Então, os trabalhos em Seminole County são diferentes, porque os deputados que são eleitos ficam falando com a gente a importância não só na quantidade, mas na qualidade do trabalho. Porque a gente tem não sei falar unemployment, a gente tem dos unemployment rate, desempregado, mais baixo na Central Florida. So here, how do we divvy up big business and small business in Seminole County? In Seminole County, big business is defined as 50 employees or more, and a small business entrepreneur is less. This chart says a lot. Anything you want from this PowerPoint, please reach out to Caroline. This is all public information, okay? Não precisa memorizar. Qualquer coisa que precisa do PowerPoint, pode pedir a Caroline. But the important part of this chart, okay, is small business for us, there is not a collapse in the wages and the amounts. There's 25,000 plus jobs in Seminole County. So for us, it's identifying, okay, big business, what are their needs? For example, when we attracted the oldest bank in the entire nation, BNY, out of New York, it wasn't just, hey, Guy, we're coming. There's certain conversations. There's incentive requests. There's how are we going to land 2,000 jobs, $650 million in capital investment, average wages above 100K. Everyone relax. Let's see what it's going to cost the county. No local incentives. No dollars to the table. We want you guys to come up here and look at a specific area in Lake Mary because your identity in Lake Mary is for financial services, for fintech. So we connect with the city and say, hey, does this fit in our balance? Is it going to disrupt our balance? Does it fit the community? So all our elected officials said yes. And then last year, we welcomed what was Florida Economic Development Council's #2. Very upset it was #2. But it was their #2 deal of the year. Someone got $1 billion in the panhandle. Oil money. We lost because of that. But without the oil spill, we would have been #1 on the BNY deal. We have another deal that we're working in this year that we're very excited as well. So our business profile here, you see the unemployment, you see labor force. We continuously look at labor force participation. So it's not just unemployment rate. We have to make sure our labor force is actually showing up to work. So it's not, hey, we have low unemployment rate, but your labor force is also dropping. So here we see our highest paid industries, management of companies, that's headquarters. Em Seminole County, a gente tem muitos negócios grandes de banco, que tem o headquarters, que tem o CEO, o C-suite, mora em Seminole County. Então, ajuda a fundar as nossas escolas também. Então, não é só as nossas escolas, as crianças das pessoas vai e participa no nosso esportes que a gente tem pelo condado inteiro. Então, isso aí ajuda a gente a atrair mais companhias igual AAA. The AAA headquarters is also in Seminole County. So big business, here's a table of some of our largest employers in Seminole County, public and private. Advent Health, as you're going on I-4, Advent Health headquarters right up on Altamont Springs. Very excited about that partnership. We also work with Orlando Health. We work with HCA, very large hospitals, okay? A gente é bem inclusivo em Seminole County. Todo mundo fala, Gui, o que você está falando inclusivo? Como? Como que você sabe que você é inclusivo? Eu faço simplesmente assim. Eu nasci em Belo Horizonte. Eu sou atleticano doente. Meu parceiro Estevam trouxe uma companhia para dentro do nosso Soft Landing Incubator. Ele está aqui, companhia do Brasil, Wolf, chama Wolf, é um pet CRM. Ok, legal, vamos saber sobre Wolf. Entra lá para conversar com o Caetano. Ei, Caetano, tudo bem? Gui, Esteban falou que esse encontro vai ser difícil. Eu falei, uai, Caetano, o que aconteceu? Sou cruzeirense. Eu falei, para fora. Chamei segurança na hora. Eu falei, aqui você não entra. So I grew up a very large Atlético fan, which has a big rival, similar to the Magic and the Miami Heat, a big rival called Cruzeiro. And I said, we're so inclusive that we actually welcomed our first incubator company whose CEO is a Cruzeiro fan. Yeah, so that is very difficult to walk into the office every day and see Caetano. There, yes, anything better than Flamengo, agreed. So here, we are very good partners with the Orlando Economic Partnership. We work very well with them, attracting new businesses. Everyone has a role. So I was a coach in Miami. I worked for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I worked for FIU. I graduated from FIU. I got my master's over at St. Thomas in Miami Gardens. So for me, athletics was always, I can correlate certain themes from athletics to business. It was very, very close. So the Orlando Economic Partnership, when it comes to big business attraction, that's what we utilize them for. When it comes to traveling and bringing in a semiconductor company from Korea to Altamont Springs like they did, we utilize the Orlando Economic Partnership. When it's small business development, we utilize our incubators. Our incubators with UCF, our incubator with Seminole State College. When it's entrepreneurship, business planning, we utilize our National Entrepreneur Center for their services. Então, a gente joga o Office de Economic Development and Tourism no Seminole County é o número 10 no campo. Então, quando você chega e você fala, eu estou trazendo meu negócio, você chega igual no futebol, o número 10 vai falar, aqui, ó, aqui é onde você tem que ir para marcar o gol. Aqui, a gente vai correr para ajudar na defesa, mas no ataque o nosso trabalho é sempre conectar. Falar que essa pessoa fala isso, isso e isso. E, quando tem a oportunidade, o Seminole County também investe dinheiro no próprio negócio. So a lot of times in Seminole County, we have incubators that we believe in their products. We believe in what they're pitching. So much so that in the county, Seminole County government, we actually are a lot of the incubator companies' first client, their first sell. So when they come to us, not just the purchase, but now they get to use our logo. So when they go to the Department of Defense at Research Park, they get to say, we've sold this product into a public entity, into Seminole County government. And then the incubator and Department of Defense goes, we have to listen to you because Seminole County government is one of the payers into our office. They keep us open. So at the very least, if that logo is associated with that business, there is now an entry point. You are not a cold lead. So foreign direct investment and relations, we work with the Central Florida International Trade Office. We have the largest foreign trade zone in all of Central Florida. It's 100% occupied now, but as soon as there's an opening, we would love to have opportunities. Unfortunately, right now, again, tying into the tariffs that we talked about, foreign trade zones are very, very popular at the moment. It's also managed by our Sanford International Airport that now has flights into São Paulo. So they stop at Santo Domingo and Punta Cana, and then they go right into São Paulo, they go into Santiago, they go into Buenos Aires, so various cities in Latin America. This is the first time that I can recall that we've had now flights going into Latin America or South America coming into Sanford. So very exciting times there. Small business entrepreneurship, my right hand, meu amigo aqui, o parceiro desde kindergarten, é o Estevan. Estevan, put your hands up, sir. Thank you. So one thing I realized when they gave me the opportunity to run economic development in Seminole County, I said, great, what are we looking to do? This county has a very large GDP. Per developable square mile, there isn't a single county in the state of Florida with larger GDP than Seminole County. Seminole County has 500,000 people that live in the fourth smallest county in the state geographically. And they said, hey, Guy, just to make things easier, we're going to cut off a third of that county and say it's rural, so you can't develop there. That's all homes and farms. These 2/3, pack in as much business as you can. Então, o Seminole County não tem o grande tamanho que as outros lugares têm, mas a população é gigante, 500 mil. Tem eu acho que a gente é terceiro no estado inteiro de quantidade de pessoas que moram em Seminole County pelo cada acre que tem para as pessoas morar. Então, tem muito negócio que acontece em Seminole County. Tem muitos negócios que começa em Seminole County e depois abre no Orange, Osceola, vai para o norte, para Volusia, porque a gente tem o aeroporto, a gente tem o trem, a gente tem o I-4, tem o 417, o 429, a gente tem o Auto Train, tem o Sunrail, então tem muita conexão que acontece no Seminole County. We also have 2 incubators. We utilize our 2 incubators very strategically. If you are a business that's involved in tech, that's your UCF incubator. UCF looks at more of the technology and also international businesses. If you're an international business looking to come to Central Florida, UCF's largest soft landing program is in Seminole County. Now, logistics is another big business for us as well. Logistics and consulting, that would be with Seminole State College. As of Tuesday, we took UCF from Winter Springs, and we took Seminole State from Sanford and combined them into the largest incubator partnership that UCF has at Lake Mary. So now UCF and Seminole State are working together in one building, in one incubator, sharing resources in Lake Mary. That happened as of Tuesday from a vote on our Board of County Commissioners. Então, os 2 oportunidades que a gente tem para trazer negócio para o Seminole County, terça-feira, acertei? Yeah, terça-feira o voto aconteceu no condado e estão trazendo os 2 incubators, que tem o Seminole State College e o UCF, junto para usar os mesmos resources. Então, não vai ter mais essa vantagem, eu estou com o UCF, ou estou com o Seminole State, todos os 2 têm que trabalhar junto no Lake Mary. Aqui está os outros small business que a gente tem. A gente são parte do Manufacturers Association, o Prospera, National Entrepreneur Center. Então, se você tem uma ideia para um negócio, pode vir para a gente. Você pode não estar no lado do incubator. You may not be at that stage yet. Mas a gente tem outras oportunidades como a gente pode criar o business plan. E ter, okay, você tem uma ideia, aqui são os próximos passos. So for all our entrepreneurs, if you have an idea on either expanding your company or a new company, come work with us. You may not be ready for an incubator yet, but through our Small Business Development Council, National Entrepreneur Center, we can help you go to the next step. And now our Industrial Development Authority. Então, Seminole County, we have an Industrial Development Authority. There's industrial revenue bonds. Então, a gente não só compra, a gente também ajuda em financiar os projetos. So we're not just the first customer, but there's a lot of times that through Seminole County, and Esteban's the secretary of the Industrial Development Authority, so he manages that entire board. We also assist in financing on industrial revenue bonds in Seminole County. So as 3 companhias que ganhou maior manufacturers de Seminole County utilizam o Esteban para subir o investimento. So all 3 of the manufacturers of the year in Seminole County at some point have engaged in the industrial revenue bonds to help them scale. E aqui, se vocês precisam de marketing, a gente tem aqui, esse aqui é o digital. Esteban também tem, se você entra em contato com a gente pode mandar. A gente trabalha com o Career Source Central Florida, também para ajudar o nosso workforce development. Então, no Seminole County, you have the lowest unemployment rate. Gui, why do we focus on workforce development? Because it is not the lowest unemployment rate in every city of Seminole County. So we focus on zip codes that has a higher average of unemployment, 6, 7, 8%, and we bring Career Source in to now bring jobs and get employed that population with the higher unemployment rate. Então, se a gente tem lado da comunidade que está mais desempregado naquela comunidade, a gente usa o Career Source Central Florida e fala, ok, aqui está programa para você ir para aquela comunidade especificamente para subir o emprego, as oportunidades lá. So we're very strategic within our projects. E closing remarks, I want to ask everyone and tell everyone thank you so much for having me. I hope I wasn't too confusing, jumping in and out. This is my first presentation going English, Portuguese. I didn't know how it was going to land. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Now, Gui, I'll tell you what, you did get the terça-feira right, and you picked the hardest one. So this is a quick story for those our friends here who do not speak Portuguese, right? The weekdays, how Brazilians or the Portuguese-speaking countries call the weekdays, is usually one of the hardest for people to learn, right? Because every language you have like names for the days, like Monday, Lunes. Yeah? In Portuguese, there is a certain logic, or so it seems, to it, where it's like the order of the day. So let's say, so we call it like second, third, fourth, fifth, or in sixth. So segunda, quarta, quinta, sixth. Fair, or feira, or wet market, shop. Now, I was trying to explain that to my kids growing up overseas. You know, they're being educated in English, but we speak Portuguese at home. So I was trying to explain it because they also struggled a little bit with this whole second, third, fourth. So what they say is they start counting 1, 2, 3. So it's like the fourth. So I said, Sunday is the first day of the week, and you start from there, right? Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And then my youngest son looked at me and he said, so why isn't Tuesday terceira-feira? Why? Because it's segunda, quarta, quinta, sexta. So why is it not terceira-feira? I couldn't tell him. So I guess we got to ask our Portuguese ancestors. I'm sure they had a logic for that. So good job, Gui. You got the hardest one right. So your Portuguese is excellent, by the way. So, Gui, the one last thing, Gui, that I'm going to tell you is that really on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and of the 45 million Flamengo fans, thank you very much. Hey, we're like we're called gremlins. Are everywhere and like watery brains? We multiply. You know. Okay, so I think we're getting to the end of today's event. I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope I've learned a lot myself. I really enjoyed every single speaker. And I want to thank everybody here, the technical team, the catering team, and obviously you guys and our sponsors. Thank you all very much. Always a pleasure. And for the closing remarks, let me welcome back to the stage the president of the Central Florida Brazilian and American Chamber of Commerce, Carlo.
Thank you. I was going for photos and I forgot that to end it. Thank you so much. What a great event, right? Great information. Hope you all appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you again to the National Bank. It's an honor to have you all here. Hope you enjoy the event. Make great connections. And I would love to say we have 2 events coming up. So September 8th, we are celebrating our September 7th Independence Day, which is an event with the embassy, the Consulate of Orlando. And it is special for the consulate guests and, of course, our Platinum and Trustees members. And then we have our next event, which is September 25th, which Carol Souza is helping us organize, our director, which is our minority event. So keep a lookout. Follow us on social media, CFBACC.official with 2 Fs. And so you know what else is coming. We are trying to really help the community, and we are here for you. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day.